Chapter 41:23. The sword of destruction fell mercilessly. Lin Xian felt that his body was about to split open. This destructive power was really terrifying, as expected of the Saint King's weapon. But so what? A hint of killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. A long black spear shot out from the ground. He held the great spear of destruction and directly slashed it out. The great dragon sword soul roared, and there was a dragon shadow on the great spear of destruction. He waved it with all his strength and collided with the sword of destruction. Boom! 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 The great spear of destruction was a legendary weapon. As it was continuously unsealed, its power was equivalent to a Saint King's weapon. This was the attack of two Saint King's weapons. The power was too strong. The 3,000 heavenly demons retreated, and the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion on the other side were also sent flying. The two sword venerables were both shocked, and their eyes were also filled with shock. However, there was a sneer at the corner of their mouths. With this attack, the other party would definitely die. No! The 3,000 heavenly demons roared, and their eyes turned red. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Other than the sword of destruction, they also felt an extremely terrifying aura. Moreover, the demonic aura there was monstrous, and it was even more terrifying than the aura of their 3,000 heavenly demons combined. Saint Artifact. Moreover, it was the demon race's Saint Artifact, and it didn't seem to be weaker than the sword of destruction. The aura of the sword of destruction originally filled the entire world. At this moment, it was gradually suppressed. On the other side, the demonic aura was monstrous, as if the demon ancestor had been resurrected. Damn it! Wang Jianyi's pupils constricted in disbelief. He didn't expect that the other party would be able to block a certain death situation. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by demonic aura, and his expression was abnormally cold. So the Saint King's weapon was your greatest trump card. However, it was impossible for you to kill me. 3,000 heavenly demons, listen to my order, kill without mercy. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 3,000 heavenly demons roared crazily. Great, their patriarch was fine. And it seemed that he also had the Saint King's weapon's defense. This way, they didn't have to worry. They turned into demonic shadows and rushed forward. Damn it! The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion roared crazily. Although there were quite a few experts on their side, although they had many experts, they didn't have as many people as the 3,000 heavenly demons, so they could only quickly gather together to defend. Run away quickly. The people in the surroundings knew that a chaotic battle was about to break out, and the entire world would be affected. It was better to escape from this place first. Some fled to the edge of the world, while others directly tore through the void. He wanted to flee to the outer realms. In the end, the world was sealed by the Lord, and there was no way to escape. This made them feel despair. The battle became one-sided. The 3,000 heavenly demons were too ferocious, suppressing the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in an instant. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion suffered heavy losses. However, these were all terrifying sword saints and two holy venerables. After the initial panic, they quickly adjusted themselves. They combined into many sword formations to resist. However, that was all he could do. He couldn't resist it at all. 10,000 swords won, come back! The Dark Sword Master roared crazily. Wang Jianyi quickly retreated. Lin Xian released a few strands of demonic qi that transformed into black dragons, wanting to keep the other party here. However, they were all stopped by the sword of destruction. Elder. Wang Jianyi returned to the side of the Dark Sword Master and the others. The Dark Sword Master and the Heaven-Splitting Sword Master had grave expressions on their faces. They said that everyone should listen to their orders. They should use the sect origin swords and transfer their strength to the sword of destruction. This was their last hope. Although they weren't sage kings and couldn't completely control the sword of destruction, they could transfer their strength to the sword of destruction. This way, they could protect themselves. As expected, these people transferred their strength to the sword of destruction. The sword of destruction trembled non-stop. In fact, the seal that the holy venerables had set up in this world was also broken at this moment. Everyone in the entire double rain planet raised their heads and looked into the distance. What a terrifying aura! This was the Sage King's weapon that was awakening. The sword of destruction. As the sword slashed down, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The 3,000 heavenly demons were sent flying, and many of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. All of you come over. Behind them, Lin Xian roared when he saw this scene. This was no longer a battle between sages. This was a battle of foundations and the strength of a group. He wouldn't let the 3,000 heavenly demons die for nothing. After the 3,000 heavenly demons heard the order, they quickly retreated and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "He has the Sage King's sword, and so do we. Give it our strength." Lin Xian took out the spear of destruction. The black spear bloomed, and it could break the 9 heavens. When the 3,000 heavenly demons felt the demonic aura, their eyes turned red. Their strength was all given to the spear of destruction. When the people on the other side saw this scene, they were also shocked. As expected, the other party also had a Sage King's weapon. No wonder the other party was able to block the sword of destruction's attack just now. Why did this aura feel so familiar? Some people frowned. They felt that it was very similar to what they were looking for previously. However, they weren't very sure. After all, the 3,000 heavenly demons might have brought the Sage King's weapon with them. The demonic aura on the spear was monstrous. They couldn't be completely sure, and now was not the time for them to think too much. Because the spear of destruction had attacked. This attack seemed to be tearing the 9 heavens apart. This attack was really too terrifying. Hurry up and attack. On the side of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, they worked together to launch a destructive attack. The spear of destruction and the sword of destruction collided. Boom! The world was collapsing and falling apart. The people below were too weak. They were crushed by this power. The stronger ones also felt their scalps go numb as they fled frantically. This power was too terrifying. At this moment, no one could resist it. After one attack, Lin Xian and the 3,000 heavenly demons retreated. On the other side, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion vomited blood. They retreated even further. The 2 Sage Kings and 10,000 Swords Pavilion vomited blood. Some of their bodies even directly cracked and fell into the void. There was no other way. Both sides were sages and Sage King's weapons. However, Lin Xian's side had the advantage in numbers, so the power of recovery was stronger. Damn it! Hurry up and leave. After one attack, the Darkness Sage King and the others instantly controlled the sword of destruction again, and shot out rays of light. It enveloped them. They didn't attack anymore. Instead, they fled into the distance. Want to leave? Lin Xian roared and attacked. The 3,000 heavenly demons once again poured the power of the laws into their bodies. At the same time, Lin Xian frantically mobilized the power of the world to block. It was another heaven-shaking strike. The sword of destruction was hit, and kept shaking. Tens of thousands of swords hung down, tearing everything apart. The people inside were once again injured and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, it was a Sage King's weapon after all. In an instant, it tore through the void and left. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and ran quite fast. However, the other party had the sword of destruction. It was impossible to completely kill those people. Seriously injuring the other party was already a very good result. Lin Xian quickly descended with the 3,000 heavenly demons. At the same time, he put away the great spear of destruction. There was great chaos in the double rain planet. The void kept collapsing. Previously, the energy did not disappear. Some people fled frantically. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a solemn expression. Although he had displayed his power this time and forced the 10,000 Swords Pavilion to retreat, it was still not enough. However, he felt that this was not enough. He wanted to let these people know what pain was. Therefore, he decided to set up a trap and let these people fight. Chapter 41-24. Lin Xian planned to release the news again. Then, he and the 3,000 heavenly demons would work together to make a fake Saint King weapon. Let these people fight for it. Previously, the collision between the Spear of Destruction and Destruction had made these people realize how terrifying the Saint King weapon was. Once these people heard the news, they would definitely come regardless of everything. Next, Lin Xian and the 3,000 heavenly demons began to create a fake Saint King weapon. On the other side, Wan Jian and the others had escaped from planet Double Rain and came to a nearby world. They landed. After landing, the bodies of the two Saint Kings swayed. Wan Jian spat out another mouthful of blood. The others wailed in pain. Obviously, although their lives were saved, their injuries were not light. Damn it, they really deserved to die. Wan Jian kept roaring. Originally, he thought that he could easily kill the other party with the Saint King weapon. Who would have thought that he would make a mistake? Not only did the other party not die, but he also seriously injured them. This piece of news spread like wildfire. So much so that everyone knew that the previous collision was the collision of the Saint King weapon. Was this the weapon of the Saint King? It was only used by the Saint King and the others, and it was already so terrifying. If it was used by the Saint King himself, how terrifying would it be? With a light wave, the entire Double Rain planet would be reduced to ashes, right? Indeed, even if it wasn't the full-strength attack of the Saint King, the collision just now had caused Double Rain planet to be torn apart and shattered. This was still Lin Xian trying his best to control the power of the world, and use most of his power in the outer realm's starry sky. Otherwise, it would have been even more shattered. No wonder those who use such a weapon would leave the star world and fight in the outer realm's starry sky. Because the destructive power was too terrifying. Everyone was cleaning up the mess. Many people were even preparing to return. They felt that this battle was over. In the end, Lin Wudi's side won. However, after that, the news spread again. On Double Rain Planet, the aura of the Saint King weapon once again filled the air. This stimulated everyone. Could it be that the treasure hadn't been taken by others yet? That was definitely the case. These people's eyes were red. They quickly went to their families, the holy city. In an instant, they all moved out. Wan Jian Pavilion, Dark Sword Master, and the others also received the news. At this moment, their injuries were more or less healed. After hearing the news, he immediately stood up and left. They decided to go to planet Dual Rain again. Since they had the Sword of Destruction, they believed that their lives would not be in danger. Therefore, he was prepared to go back and risk his life. If he could obtain another Saint King weapon, he would be rich. But on this day, the Double Rain star was once again cut open by a sword light, and the aura of destruction once again descended upon the earth. It was the aura of the Sword of Destruction. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were back. In the depths of the world, Lin Xian used the power of the world to envelop all of them, concealing their auras. This time, they were prepared to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They would not make a move. Sensing the aura of the Sword of Destruction, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. It seemed that humans would die in pursuit of wealth and birds would die in pursuit of food. Despite knowing that there was danger, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion still dared to come back. This time, not only did the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion come, but the people from the Demon City also came. The strong cultivators also brought Saint King weapons. It was a mirror, the myriad demon mirror. The demonic chi it emitted was incomparable. Not long after, bolts of lightning descended. Following that, a thunder giant appeared. It was indomitable, like a thunder god. Countless people knelt on the ground to worship. Some of the strong cultivators from the demon city were shocked. It seemed that the thunder god's city also brought Saint King weapons. Sure enough, the thunder god's phantom was a huge battle armor. There were many people standing inside. They were the sages of the thunder god. They were activating the battle armor, and they were extremely powerful. In the starry sky, a spatial gate appeared. Following that, powerful figures appeared. They had long tails, horns on their heads, and green scales on their bodies emitted a cold light. These were the people of the Green Dragon clan. Their young master was captured and did not return. They finally could not take it anymore. In the end, the immemorial ancient city had no choice but to activate the spatial teleportation array again and use the same coordinates to teleport them. They chased all the way to the vicinity. This time, they must catch the culprit. Damn it, I don't care about the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Since you dare to kill our young master, you will definitely die. These Green Dragon clan experts rushed over aggressively. However, when they arrived near the double rain star, they trembled. Damn it, what was going on in this world? Why was it so terrifying? These sages were terrified. Even the sacred venerables inside felt their hair stand on end. Elder, are we still going to take revenge on the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? These people hesitated. Previously, they had not only obtained the spatial coordinates from the immemorial ancient city lord, but they also received news. The other party knew the 10,000 Swords sect, so it was obvious that he was from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Just as they were hesitating, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the double rain star heard the news and were instantly enraged. Someone dared to cause trouble for them. They directly shot out a destructive sword chi into the starry sky. The people of the Green Dragon clan were still hesitating, but in the next moment, they saw a destructive aura coming toward them. Before it arrived, their bodies were already shattered. They could not take it anymore. Run away quickly. These people of the Green Dragon clan fled crazily. But it was useless. When the sword descended, most of the Green Dragon clan's sages were killed. Only a sacred venerate of the Green Dragon clan escaped. Moreover, his body was shattered, leaving only his head behind. It was wrapped in his soul and escaped. His eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. He probably would not dare to mention revenge in his life. Lin Xian felt that it was about time, so he released the fake Sage King weapon that he had created. That was something he had created using countless shards of saint artifacts. Many of these sage artifact fragments were obtained in the Green Mountain realm. Although they were all fragments, their power could not be underestimated. Now that he had combined them, it should be enough to pass off as the real thing. Moreover, even if they were discovered, they would probably be killed until rivers of blood flowed. As expected, when he released this thing, the eyes of the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Thunder God City, and 10,000 Demons City instantly turned red. This is something that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion has taken a fancy to. Scram! The Darkness Sacred Venerate roared. He controlled the Sword of Destruction and swept it across. No one dared to provoke it. Those who were weak all ran away, and those who were left were not strong enough to fight against the Sage King weapon. Therefore, only those who had the Sage King weapon could compete with it. For example, Lei Xingqian came out. He snorted coldly. If you want the treasure, let's talk with strength. They activated their Thunder God battle armor, forming a huge Thunder God phantom that stood between heaven and earth, resisting the Sword of Destruction. At the same time, a terrifying demonic chi descended from the sky. Those who were touched by it instantly turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 41-25. The three great holy cities instantly started fighting. Even a powerful faction like the Demon Palace could only retreat at this moment. Because if it was a battle between holy venerables, they would not be afraid. However, once it rose to the level of a holy king, or even a holy king weapon, they would be helpless. This was the difference in foundation. The battle between the three holy cities was very intense. Lin Xian deliberately let the small cauldron fly into the sky and let these people fight above the nine heavens. It would be best if they could fight to the outer realm. Otherwise, Double Rain Planet would really be destroyed. At that time, it would be useless for him to take it back. Sure enough, seeing that the small cauldron wanted to fly away, the people of the three holy cities also charged out. A great battle broke out in the outer realm. Buzz! Everyone is fighting so fiercely that it's difficult to separate. Why don't you give the thing to me? At this moment, a charming voice sounded in the starry sky. Buzz! Accompanied by the charming voice, many enchanting people appeared in the surroundings. They worked together to shake the bells on their wrists. At the same time, an even more ancient bell appeared in the sky, and the sound of it rang out. Everyone was enchanted, their blood and chi surging as if they were about to explode. The joyous union bell. Moreover, it was the real joyous union bell. It was a holy king weapon. The joyous union bell in the hands of the other people of the joyous union palace was a replica. The higher the status, the stronger the replica. However, none of them could be stronger than the real holy king weapon. At this moment, when the real joyous union bell appeared, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. As a result, the blood and chi of the people of the three holy cities surged. Damn it, they had to defend against the sound wave attack. They did not dare to be careless. If they were not careful, they would probably fall into the trap. At that time, they would die very miserably. Did Qin Xianer also bring the joyous Union Palace? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Great, this way, it would be even more lively. A few days later, another faction arrived, also bringing a holy king weapon. It was a long saber that was very resplendent, as if it was made of gold. There were 9 golden crows engraved on it, as if they were about to ascend. Golden Crow's saber. The holy king weapon of the Golden Crow clan. Obviously, the Golden Crow clan also participated. A great battle broke out. The 5 forces fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. Lin Xian did not expect to attract so many holy cities. Therefore, he controlled the small cauldron again and flew into the depths of the universe. The 5 forces also fought into the distance. Along the way, there were some small planets and worlds that were shattered and turned into ashes. One could imagine how powerful it was. This battle startled countless people. Although only 5 forces were participating, the rest of the people were watching the battle closely. They wanted to know who would obtain the treasure in the end. No matter whose hands it landed in, it would definitely allow that faction's strength to increase greatly. The 5 forces fought very miserably. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The news of the battle spread very quickly. Many holy cities were alarmed. Someone from Peerless City had arrived. That was because they had received news from Planet Double Rain that Lin Xian was also here. They were worried about Lin Xian's safety, so they also sent people. This time, it was the first generation's chief disciple, Ling Huchuixue. He did not bring many people with him. There were a total of 5 people. However, these 5 people were all extremely terrifying experts. The 5 of them were all holy venerables. They even carried a weapon of the Holy King. After all, in such a great battle, the weak were not enough. After they arrived, they did not participate in the battle. Instead, they flew towards Planet Double Rain. The people of Planet Double Rain watched the battle in the outer realm from afar. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying aura approaching. Their scalps went numb. Which faction was it? Lin Xian also sensed it immediately. It was his eldest senior brother. He hurriedly rushed forward. Of course, he was wearing the Void Beast skin. After all, he was still hiding in the dark. Senior brother Ling Hu, it's me. Lin Xian enlarged the Void Beast skin and enveloped Ling Hu Chuixue and the others. Junior brother Lin, you're here. Are you okay? Ling Hu Chuixue asked. The other 5 holy venerables were also speechless. Could it be the skin of a Void Beast? Lin Xian nodded. Everyone, please follow me. He brought Ling Hu Chuixue and the others into the depths of the world. Then, he gave them a simple explanation of what had happened. After Ling Hu Chuixue and the others heard, they were greatly surprised. You're saying that this was a trap set up by you? The other 5 holy venerables were also stunned. They knew that the 5 holy cities were snatching the Holy King's weapon. However, they did not expect that the Holy King's weapon was actually a fake. Seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. Master was very worried. Ling Hu Chuixue breathed a sigh of relief. His master was naturally the unparalleled Holy King. Lin Xian chuckled. Senior brothers, elders, I still have something that I need your help with. Oh, what is it? Just tell me. Lin Xian said that in the end, they will definitely discover that they were deceived. Thus, they might counterattack. Although I'm not afraid of them, my goal is not only that. To be honest, I've already obtained the realm core of planet Double Rain. It's already my world. Thus, this time, I'm going to eliminate all the powers above. I hope that my senior brothers and elders will help me when the time comes. This world is yours. Ling Huchuishua was too shocked. The 5 elders also sucked in a breath of cold air. Truth be told, ever since they arrived at planet Double Rain, the news about Lin Xian had been more and more astonishing. Especially now, they were stunned. Lin Xian actually possessed an entire world. It was truly inconceivable. However, they soon laughed. Very well. Lin Xian was a disciple of their unparalleled city. The stronger Lin Xian was, the stronger their unparalleled city would be. Ling Huchuishua said, Don't worry, we'll definitely help you with this matter. Whoever dares to go against you will be going against our unparalleled city. Following that, they also stayed there and secretly watched the battle. Seeing the holy cities fighting so miserably, they were exceptionally happy. Because what those people were fighting over was a fake. A few days later, Lin Xian was stunned again. That was because he heard roars in the distance. It was the roar of a dragon. It was the voice of Rosalong. They had actually come as well. Elder, wait. I'm going to pick up 2 friends. Lin Xian was once again carried by the void beast's skin. He left Double Rain Star and came to the outer realm. Sure enough, he saw a dragon, a toad, and a little white monkey flying over from afar. Looking at the great battle ahead, they were very excited. Damn, what's going on? Double Rain Star had been destroyed. Where's that brat Lin Xian? Would he be angered to death if he knew? The Crimson Dragon kept muttering. The toad's mouth was even bigger. Do you think that brat has already been killed? The little white monkey patted him. Impossible. How could it be impossible? He still hadn't appeared. The toad said, Why don't we divide this world? As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped again. This slap directly sent him flying. Damn, who dares to sneak attack me? Chapter 41-26. Little White squeaked. I didn't use any strength. The dark rainbow dragon also turned around. When he realized that there was no one around, his hair stood on end. At this moment, a voice rang out beside his ear. You guys are like this, talking bad about me behind my back. Are you itching for a beating? F***CK. It's haunted. It's that kid's voice. The dark rainbow dragon jumped up. In the next moment, his eyes widened. Kid, you're using the void beast skin, right? Come out quickly. Lin Xian used the void beast skin to cover them. Then, he said, Follow me down and don't make a sound. Kid, you're so careful. Are you up to no good? The Crimson Dragon knew Lin Xian very well. Lin Xian chuckled and brought them down to meet up with Ling Huchuishua. The Crimson Dragon couldn't wait to ask. Kid, how can you tolerate this? Your world has been destroyed. Lin Xian said. Of course I can't tolerate it. Therefore, I'm collecting their holy blood and using their energy to repair this world. Moreover, after this battle, they will definitely be greatly injured. At that time, I might be able to kill a few of them. More importantly, I can completely eliminate them from my world. Lin Xian told him his plan. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad's eyes widened when they heard this. Wow, kid, what a good plan. No wonder you didn't make a move. I can't help but want to see their miserable end. Only the Snow-White Monkey yawned in boredom. He came to Lin Xian's shoulder, took out a spirit fruit, and started to eat it. By the way, why did you suddenly come back? Where are the Northern Demon and Black Mountain? Do you know? The Crimson Dragon shook his head. Those 2 guys aren't with us. As for why they came back, you can ask him. He looked at the Toad. The Toad cried out twice and said, Well, I'll tell you when the matter is over. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to him and waited silently. This wait lasted for 3 months. This war lasted for 3 months before it slowly came to an end. The 5 forces had all suffered heavy losses. In the end, it was the Golden Crow race's people who seized the treasure. They raised their heads towards the sky and laughed loudly, wanting to escape. In the end, he was hunted down by the other 4 holy cities. Damn it, here's the thing. The people of the Golden Crow race realized that even if they managed to snatch it, they would not be able to swallow it. They could only throw it out. In the other 4 cardinal holy cities, there was a mad scramble. The Sword of Destruction, the Lightning God's Hand, the 10,000 Beasts' Mirror, and the Joyous Union Bell struck the tiny cauldron at the same time. The small cauldron was a fake to begin with. It had been holding on for such a long time that it could no longer hold on. Therefore, it exploded with a boom. For a moment, the people of the 5 great holy cities were stunned. What's going on? Was it broken material? How could this be? They were fighting over the Saint King's weapon. How could it be broken? Damn it, you actually used a fake to trick us. The people of the Demon City instantly froze the Golden Crow clan. The Thunder God and the people from Joyful Union Palace had also come here for the sake of coming up. The Golden Crow race's people were about to cry. Damn it, what fake? This was the real one. Damn it, we were deceived. What do you mean by deceived? It was clearly you who obtained the real Saint King's weapon. What, do you think we are idiots? Attack! These people attacked crazily. The Golden Crow race was extremely miserable. There was nothing they could do. Although they also had the Saint King's weapon, they could not hold on at all when fighting 1 against 4. Therefore, they quickly begged for mercy. Stop, I can let you see the storage rings. Every storage ring was their secret. Now that they were allowed to see it, it was simply a great humiliation. However, in order to survive, the people of the Golden Crow race could no longer care so much. After the people of the 4 great holy cities looked at the storage rings, their faces turned cold. As expected, it was not there. Could it be that they had been deceived? Let's go and take a look. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion charged back. Lei Xinqing and the people of the Demon City also returned. The people of the Golden Crow race had long been seriously injured. If they had not begged for mercy in the end, they would have almost been killed. Now they were going back? What a joke. They would remember this grudge. With a sway of their bodies, they rode the Golden Crow's sabers and left. The remaining people of the Acacia Palace also sighed. It seemed that they had been fooled. Forget it, this matter would end here. Would the person who could plot against them be weak? After fighting for 3 months, they were already exhausted. If they went now, they could at most protect themselves. It would be very difficult for them to defeat the other party. Therefore, Qin Siener and the others also left. Only the 3 great holy cities of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion charged back. The people of the Double Rain planet were originally waiting. They wanted to know what the final result would be. In the end, a few months later, the 3 great holy cities came at the same time. Where was the item? It was in this world. Even if the world was turned upside down and destroyed, they had to find it. The eyes of the people of the 3 great holy cities turned red. Lin Xian stood up. The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Very good, it was time for them to appear. In the sky, the Thunder God's phantom swept in all directions. The myriad demon mirror enveloped the entire world. The sword of destruction kept falling. Each strike wanted to split heaven and earth. However, at this time, 2 terrifying auras spread out and blocked the attacks of the 3 Saint King's weapons. At the same time, figures flew out from the depths of the earth. There were still people in the world. The people of the Double Rain planet were shocked. Some of the people who had escaped to the outer realm were also watching from the 9th heaven. Even the people of the 3 great holy cities were stunned. There were actually people. Were they the ones who took those things away? These people all looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. Lin Woody! The faces of the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion instantly turned ugly. The people of the other two great holy cities also snorted coldly. They all had enmity with Lin Wudi. Kid, it's you. Go to hell. These experts of the Thunder God's city instantly surrounded the Thunder God battle armor and slapped out with the Thunder God palm. One of his palms was empty, but it was filled with boundless lightning. Wow! The Crimson Dragon and the Toad were shocked. Even Little White kept blinking. The power of the Saint King's weapon could definitely threaten them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Come out. He instantly released the 3,000 heavenly demons again. Together with him, they used the great spear of destruction and rushed up. With a clang, the Thunder God's palm was sent flying and even directly penetrated. Lin Xian's body was overflowing with demonic energy. The 3,000 demonic shadows behind him bloomed with radiance. They were not inferior to the Thunder God's phantom at all. Damn it, he blocked it. The people of the Thunder God were stunned. The people of the 1,000 Demons City were also stunned. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had ugly expressions. Did the other party also have a Saint King's weapon in his hand? The people of the Thunder God frowned. On the other hand, Lin Xian chuckled. You want to make a move on me? Haven't you heard about how I beat the 10,000 Swords Pavilion back then? The people of the two great holy cities gasped and looked at the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. In the end, they found that the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion did not refute. This shocked them even more. These sword saints were actually at a disadvantage in the hands of Lin Xian. Chapter 41-27. Damned brat. Speak. Where's the item? Did you take it away? The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion roared. When the people from the Thunder God's city and the 1,000 Demons City heard those words, their expressions changed. That's right. How could he have the weapon of a sage king? Lin Xian coldly snorted. He stood out and said, What is it? Let me tell you, this is my world. Everything in this world belongs to me. I will take whatever I want. You dare to behave atrociously in my world? Did you ask for my permission first? After saying those words, Lin Xian stomped his foot. Immediately, the entire world started to shake violently. The shattered mountains and rivers and the cracked earth started to heal rapidly. The blood on the ground started to melt rapidly. The energy on the ground was absorbed by the energy of the world. What was going on? The surrounding people were all stupefied. The people from the 3 holy cities were also stupefied. This was the other party's world. What kind of joke was this? Wasn't this the Rain Clan's world? However, when they saw that the world around them had recovered, they were completely stupefied. Could it be that the other party was really the master of this world? You've obtained the heart of the world? The people from the 3 holy cities screamed. In the outer realm. When the people from the Demon Palace saw this scene, they vomited a mouthful of blood. They had searched for so many years. Never did they expect that this world already had a master. This news shocked everyone. They did not dare to believe it. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the 3 holy cities gnashed their teeth. Were they going to leave just like that? To be honest, they were unwilling to accept this. Brat, even if this is your world, so what? Did you think that you could contend against the 3 holy cities? The people from the Thunder God city walked over and controlled the Thunder God phantasm. They were extremely powerful. Right, that's right. On the other side, the people from the 1,000 Demons City also controlled the 1,000 Demon Mirror and joined hands to capture him. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion also walked over. The 3 sides pressed down, and the entire world started to tremble again. Everyone held their breaths. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He and the 3,000 heavenly demons controlled the Great Destruction Spear at the same time. On the other side, Ling Huchuishua walked over with the 5 holy venerables. What? Are you trying to bully the 5 of us? After saying those words, Ling Huchuishua also waved his hand, and a cold ray of light flew out. It was a sword light that swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Its power was not any weaker than the sword of destruction. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was the unparalleled sword. The real unparalleled sword. In Lin Xian's hands there was a replica of the matchless sword, which was a very terrifying saint artifact. The true unparalleled sword was the weapon of a saint king. At that moment, being unleashed by Ling Huichuixue and the 5 holy exalteds, their might was extremely powerful. If you're not convinced, you can come and fight. Lin Xian took a step forward, and the aura on his body exploded. Although it was 2 against 3, he was not afraid. That was because they had the advantage in numbers. More importantly, they were all in peak condition. As for the 3 great holy cities, they had experienced 3 months of war. He was already exhausted, unable to bring out much of his strength. Boom! Lin Xian attacked forcefully, not giving the 3 holy cities any time to think. On the other side, Ling Huichuixue also rushed over with his men. The great battle broke out again. In an instant, they fought in the outer space. Everyone was terrified and speculated. The people of the 3 great holy cities were originally disdainful, but after fighting for a short while, they collapsed. Damn it, they had used up too much of their strength. If they continued fighting now, they would not be able to control the Saint King's weapon. Go! These people wanted to leave, but how could Lin Xian let them go? On the other side, Ling Huichuixue also attacked crazily. The people of the 3 great holy cities screamed again and again. Many people were directly killed. In the outer space, blood dyed the universe. That desolate aura made everyone's hair stand on end. He was too strong. At this moment, Lin Woody had truly risen. Damn it, just you wait. This matter is not over. In the end, the holy exalteds of the 3 great holy cities fled with a few people, leaving behind a large number of corpses and blood. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stepped forward, and his loud voice spread throughout the world and the universe's starry sky. From now on, Double Rain Planet is my world. Whoever dares to behave atrociously here, I will definitely tear him into pieces. No matter where he escapes to, I will not let him go. His voice carried endless killing power and monstrous demonic aura, making people's scalps tingle. On the other side, Ling Huichuixue also spoke coldly. Lin Xian is a warrior of my Wushuang city. Whoever goes against him is challenging my Wushuang city. My Wushuang city will accompany him to the end. One Lin Xian was already so strong, let alone Wushuang city who was on his side. More importantly, the people of the Sky Fiend clan were also inextricably linked to Lin Xian. This was equivalent to having 2 great holy cities behind him. This force was too strong. Sure enough, after hearing those words, the people that were still present all began to flee. They probably would not dare to come back in this lifetime. Lin Xian gave these people 1 day to leave as soon as possible. A day later, there was no one else on Double Rain Planet. Lin Xian and the others landed. Things are almost done. Do you want to go back with me? Ling Huichuixue asked. Lin Xian said, I still have some things to take care of here. I'm afraid I can't go back to this world for the time being. Well, if you have any problems outside, just tell Wushuang City. Wushuang City will always be on your side. After chatting for a while, Ling Huichuixue and the 5 great holy venerables left. On the other side, Lin Xian also let the 3,000 Sky Fiends leave. Only he, the Crimson Dragon, and the others were left. The next step was to repair this world. It was not a simple matter. But fortunately, there was a lot of saints' blood around. If used slightly, the world could be repaired. However, Double Rain Planet would probably carry a layer of blood aura from now on. It would become a dangerous place. For example, the Purgatory Planet from before was filled with blood light. Ordinary people could not come here at all. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was good. This way, it would cut off those people's thoughts. In the following days, Lin Xian began to repair this world. He joined forces with the Crimson Dragon and set up many formations on Double Rain Planet, allowing these formations to automatically absorb power and repair. This way, he did not have to stay here all the time. At the same time, he also opened up some entrances. This was to allow some weak cultivators to come in and live here. After all, what he wanted was not a desolate world. It would be best if there were humans or beasts living on it. Lin Xian did not need to worry about this. Some people from other worlds would definitely come over. However, Lin Xian would strictly control it. For now, there was no need for those above the Saint Realm to come. He only recruited those below the Saint Realm. In the end, he found Bai Qianqian. Qianqian, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to the White Crane clan for the time being because of the Green Flood Dragon clan. However, it's very dangerous for you to follow me. Why don't you stay on Double Rain Planet for the time being? I'm the master of this world. I can give you some power so that you can temporarily manage this world. Chapter 41-28. Alright, Bai Qianqian also knew that with his strength, he wouldn't be able to help Lin Xian. Following by his side would also be a burden. She couldn't return to her family, so she might as well stay here and help Lin Xian take care of this world. It could be considered a connection between the two of them. Perhaps in the future, they would be able to meet often. Therefore, Bai Qianqian nodded and agreed. Next, through Lin Xian, she controlled some of the power of this world and could mobilize the power of the world to manage it. For example, she could use some divine punishment, tsunamis, storms, and so on. In addition, although her strength wasn't as good as Lin Xian's, she was still a saint. Currently, it was very safe here. At the same time, Lin Xian also left a message for her to pay attention to a woman called Yu Shijie. If the other party came here and was willing, he could let the other party manage this world together. In response, Bai Qianqian nodded obediently. Then, Lin Xian found the toad and the others and said, "Tell me, what's going on with you guys? Kid, are you done with your side?" The toad couldn't wait any longer. "If you're done, come with us. I'll bring you to a good place." "Good place? Where to?" Lin Xian was suspicious. Were these guys so kind? The toad felt guilty. "What's wrong, kid? Are you doubting me?" Lin Xian nodded. "I don't think you're that kind. F***ck. The toad was so angry that he vomited blood. "Old dragon, Xiao Bai, tell me, did I lie to him?" He was really mad. The Crimson Dragon stood up, smiled awkwardly, and said, "This guy didn't know of an incredible place." Xiao Bai also nodded. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "Oh, so you guys are returning with a full load this time? What treasures did you get? Tell me." Hearing this, the three fellows' faces fell. "Yeah, don't mention it, we didn't get it at all." Xiao Bai hung his head dejectedly. The Crimson Dragon also said, "Aya, that place is too strange. We can't enter and can only watch from the outside." Lin Xian rolled his eyes when he heard that. "That's why you thought of me, right? Brat, what are you talking about? Do you think I'll trick you? I'm giving you a chance to make a fortune, do you understand?" The toad jumped out and said, "What do you think? Are you willing to go? If you're not willing, then I'll go to Black Mountain." "All right, you can go now." Lin Xian waved his hand. The toad was stunned, and the Crimson Dragon winked at him. The toad pounced at Lin Xian's feet and hugged Lin Xian's leg tightly. "Brat, who knows where the Black Mountain old ghost has gone? You're the only one left now. I can't help you. My attainments and formations are only on par with Roussillon's. If he can't solve it, do you think I can?" These words were indeed correct. "All right, stop messing around." The Crimson Dragon walked over and said, "Kid, that place really has an unusual aura. We suspect that it's a treasure, and it hasn't been explored yet. It's just that the formations there are unusual. This time, we're looking for you because we want to borrow the power of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit." Lin Xian also stopped smiling. He asked, "Can't you get Whitey's treasure bowl from outside?" Whitey said, "I'm so angry that I can't get it." "All right, then I'll prepare." Lin Xian also stopped messing around. Since there was a treasure, he naturally had to explore it. Because the further he went, the more dangerous it would be. He was now a mid-stage minor saint, and he had already fought a few battles with Saint King weapons. If he went further, the real Saint Kings would probably jump out. He had to quickly improve to be able to protect himself. Moreover, there was an even more hidden danger, and that was the power behind the bronze messenger. Who knew when it would jump out? Alright, you guys probably didn't get anything, right? However, I got some benefits, and I'll share them with you. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the treasures that he had robbed from the sacred venerables in the Green Mountain world. Whitey, this is for you. Lin Xian took out a pile of spirit fruits. These were all 10,000-year-old spirit fruits, and there were even 20,000-year-old ones. After all, how could the treasures of sacred venerables be weak? Whitey's eyes lit up after seeing it. The toad also laid down, but it was sent flying by Lin Xian with a slap. Don't snatch it, there's something specially for you. Is that so? You even prepared something for me? Kid, you're too good, I love you to death. The toad was excited. The Crimson Dragon also couldn't wait. Lin Xian took out the demon saint's heart, and it was beating vigorously. How is this thing? What a strong demon chi! What a rich energy! The Crimson Dragon and the toad's eyes turned red. This is good stuff. The two of them hugged it and didn't let go. Lin Xian said, "There's another thing. Take a look at this." He gave the jade slip to Rizalong. Rizalong probed with his soul, and the toad also looked at it. It went in, but soon came out. He wasn't interested in array formations. The Crimson Dragon was excited. Heaven-breaking array Dao? You can even get this thing. He was too excited. Get ready, we'll set off in 3 days. Lin Xian waved his hand. 3 days later they boarded the Black Earth and bid farewell to Bai Qianqian. Lin Xian also left a few sacred artifacts for Bai Qianqian. Also, there were enough cultivation resources. He left the matters here to the other party. Lin Xian and the other two boarded a spirit ship and left planet Double Rain. At the same time, the news had already spread. After all, such an earth-shattering battle had happened on planet Double Rain. No one paid attention to it. However, the final result was shocking. The people from the 5 holy cities were all defeated. This was impossible. The 5 holy cities had sent holy venerables, and there was more than one of them. More importantly, they had taken the weapons of the holy kings. But they were still defeated. Who was it? Could it be that the real holy kings had made a move? No, the 5 holy lands were fighting among themselves over fake weapons and were tricked. Who was the one who arranged such a shocking scene? It was Lin Woody. Lin Woody? Could it be that young genius Lin Woody? That's right, it was him. It couldn't be. Although he was strong, he was only competing among the younger generation. Could he already contend with those holy venerables? What did you know? That Lin Woody had summoned 3,000 heavenly demons, and he was very powerful. What was even more terrifying was that he had the holy king weapon of the heavenly demons in his hands. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, the chief disciple of Peerless City, Linghu Chuixue, had brought 5 holy venerables and the Peerless Sword. They sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. In the end, they defeated the 3 holy cities in peak condition. There was even more shocking news. Planet Double Rain was actually that Lin Woody's. Had he obtained the heart of the world? And it seemed that he had obtained it long ago. Screams and discussions sounded. At this moment, everyone in the universe was boiling. Ever since the Rain clan was destroyed, planet Double Rain had become the prey in the eyes of countless people. Those powerful saints all wanted to take it for themselves. Chapter 41-29. There were too many benefits to owning a world. Not only could he enjoy enough resources, but he could also use the power of the world to cultivate sacred weapons. More importantly, he could also use the power of the world to strengthen himself in future battles. His combat strength would soar. Now, such a world was actually obtained by a young man. The demon palace vomited blood the most. However, there was no other way. With the Sky Fiend race and Peerless City behind him, Lin Xian was not afraid of any of the sacred cities at all. And those sacred cities were obviously not willing to completely fall out with each other for a world. Lin Xian was unaware of all the noise. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the black earth, silently cultivating. There were piles of heaven and earth treasures around him, providing him with enough energy. Whitey was the same. After eating those 10,000-year-old spirit fruits, its little belly was round. On the other side, the toad was also rapidly absorbing the blood of the demon saint from the Crimson Dragon to strengthen itself. The Crimson Dragon was also studying the heaven-breaking array path to improve the power of its array. Just like that, they shuttled through the void of the universe. More than half a year had passed. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He asked, "Haven't we arrived yet? Where are these guys going?" Their current speed was extremely fast, and they could travel through the endless void in the blink of an eye. Now more than half a year had passed, and they still hadn't arrived at their destination. This place was too remote. "Are these guys reliable?" A cold voice came from the side. Lin Xian looked over and smiled. The cold beauty was naturally Murong Qingqing. Previously, he had made a trip to the Kunlun Pavilion and sent a message to Murong Qingqing, asking if she was willing to go. Murong Qingqing had nothing to do, so she wanted to go and explore. So she followed him. "Kid, how could I be wrong? Trust me, we'll definitely arrive in 10 days. If we can't, I'll give you my head." "What's the use of your head? Your toad can't be eaten." Lin Xian attacked from the side. "Damn, let me tell you, I have the bloodline of a divine beast." The toad was so angry that it vomited blood. Just like that, they flew for another 10 days. Sure enough, he saw a star in front of him. However, that star was too dark. It was actually covered by an endless amount of vegetation. It could be seen from afar. Heavens, are there still people living here? Lin Xian was surprised. This couldn't be a dead world, right? Murong Qingqing also stood up and frowned slightly. She hugged Little White and said, "Indeed, he couldn't sense any signs of life. There was no need to sense it. The most important thing in this world of stars was not the stars, but the vegetation on them." The toad was the first to jump out. The Crimson Dragon waved his hand, and the boy followed. Lin Xian held Murong Qingqing's hand, and the two of them flew out. After the group flew out, Lin Xian put away the black earth and looked ahead. He realized that the vines in this world had formed many gourds. The auras emitted by those gourds were very unusual. Could it be that these gourds were a demonic beast? Hurry up and find the 9,999th gourd. That's where we're looking for. As the toad flew, it searched. Soon it said, "It's here." They had already been here once, so they were familiar with the place. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing followed behind. They arrived in front of the 9,999th gourd. It was a purple gourd. It looked darker than the others from the outside, but there was nothing special about it. Lin Xian asked, "What's the use of this gourd? Could it be a treasure? Then I'll help you cut it down." Lin Xian had seen the yellow spring gourd before. Could it be that this gourd was also born from heaven and earth? Sacred artifact? "Kid, don't mess around!" the toad screamed. Then it said, "Watch me." He stepped forward and pulled out the lid of the gourd. Immediately, a mysterious aura flowed out. Murong Qingqing's expression was solemn, and the phantom of a phoenix appeared on her body. Lin Xian also activated his 9-yang divine body. He felt a sense of danger that made his hair stand on end. "Did you see that, kid? I didn't lie to you." The toad also took a few steps back. He pointed at the gourd and said, "The thing is inside the gourd. We have to think of a way to get in. All right, all of you come over here." Lin Xian summoned them to his side and then activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It covered them and made them lose their strength to the Great Dragon Sword Soul. They didn't dare to delay and activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul with all their strength. It was as if it had come to life. Boom! A dragon-shaped sword shadow wrapped around them and rushed into the gourd. Sure enough, when they wanted to enter, they were obstructed. However, the great dragon sword's soul was too special. So in an instant, it cut through everything and rushed in. However, the deeper they went, the slower they got. In the end, the speed was very slow. It took them a full 5 days to break through and enter the gourd. They didn't know that when they entered, there was another spirit ship in the void. It was quickly flying towards them. It seemed that its target was also this world. Soon, the gourd stopped, and 5 figures walked out. They were all young men and women. They looked at the vines in front of them that were filled with gourds and smiled. It seemed that this should be the place. According to the news, there was only one magical world inside these gourds. Find it quickly. These people searched quickly. Not long after, a woman in a green dress screamed, "Come quickly, this gourd is not from Class 1. The other 4 people rushed over in an instant. They stared ahead and frowned. The lid of the gourd was opened. Could it be that someone had entered? That's impossible. A dark-skinned young man frowned. Other than us, who else knows about this place? Could it be that the Saint King had appeared? The few of them frowned. One of them said, "Impossible. Someone should have discovered it by chance. I don't think he can enter with his strength. Perhaps he has already died inside. Let's hurry up and leave." At this point, the 5 of them also took out the array formation. It seemed that they knew how to break this array formation. Inside the gourd, the figures of Lin Xian and the others appeared. They looked around curiously. There was a world inside the gourd. It looked incomparably vast. It was really too magical. "Great, we're in. We're finally in." The toad was incomparably excited. The crimson dragon was also jumping wildly in excitement. Murong Qingqing took a deep breath. Because when he looked up, he saw a mountain of bones in front of him. That was actually not a mountain, but a bone. However, it was too big, like a mountain. The flesh on it had long been gone. Even the blood was gone. There were only some cracks all over it. However, the remnant aura still made people feel oppressed. They didn't know how powerful this skeleton was when it was alive. At this moment, it had died here. Chapter 41:30. Let's go. They walked forward. Along the way, they saw many such bones. Finally, they saw a mountain in front of them. That mountain was very special. It was as if a dragon and a tiger were coiled together. It was very strange. Moreover, the aura on it was even more terrifying. Lin Xian even saw through the heavenly secret divine eye. He saw that there were traces of blood on the steps of this mountain. And the blood was from who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago. However, the aura on it was still incomparably terrifying. Murong Qingqing and the others all activated their defenses. Lin Xian also activated his 9-yang divine body. He frowned slightly. What were they waiting for? Hurry up. The toad and the crimson dragon took the lead and rushed out. The toad jumped high, wanting to jump directly onto the mountain. The dark rainbow divine dragon swung its tail. The 2 of them were very fast. However, in an instant, they were bounced back. Puff! Ah! 2 screams sounded. The 2 of them rolled down the mountain and even spat out a mouthful of blood. They were injured. Lin Xian was surprised. He used the law of wood to heal the 2 of them. At the same time, he asked, "Are you okay? Don't move. This place is not ordinary. Damn it, they actually want to be so strong. They were actually injured." The crimson dragon was stunned. He was a divine dragon. How strong was his physique? But at this moment, he was actually injured. On the other side, the toad was also scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, it did not dare to act rashly anymore. Let's take one step at a time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian pulled Murong Qingqing and walked forward. When they walked up the first step, they felt a huge pressure. It seemed that the higher they went, the greater the pressure. The two of them walked up 5 steps in a row. Murong Qingqing stopped. She said, "Look, these steps." Lin Xian also looked carefully. He found that the material of these steps was neither gold nor stone. Instead, it looked like a kind of jade. There were even some great Tao runes carved on it. Murong Qingqing found that some places were even inlaid with divine crystals. Moreover, it was an extremely precious divine crystal. It had existed for tens of thousands of years. The grade of this divine crystal was too high. He had never seen it before. Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. She waved her jade-like hand, and the phantom of a phoenix attacked. She wanted to grab the divine crystal. It took him a lot of effort to dig out one. The crimson dragon and the other's eyes also turned red as they started eating. They began to knock and knock. Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear and started hammering it with his sacred artifact. He wondered what kind of expression the great demon clan's people would have when they saw their legendary holy weapon being used as a shovel. Just like that, they dug for treasures as they walked up the mountain. Sometimes, he would even stop to comprehend the great Tao. Everywhere he went, he left behind a mess. At the same time, the 5 mysterious men and women walked in. They heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect the entrance to be so difficult. What a surprise! The 2 women wiped their fragrant sweat and said, "It was nothing. It was expected that the entrance would be difficult. There shouldn't be that much danger inside, right?" They also looked around. This place was indeed not ordinary. It couldn't be the legendary place. "Let's go." The 5 of them took out pills and swallowed them to recover their strength. At the same time, they moved quickly. Soon, they passed through the huge white bones and came to the front. They saw a mountain that was shaped like a dragon and a tiger. "Let's go." They carefully went up. When they took a few steps, they frowned. "Why do I feel that someone has been here? Look, there are traces of being pried open, and they are very fresh. There should have been a supreme-grade divine crystal here before. Had it been dug out by someone?" The corners of their mouths twitched. Who was it? It was too much of a robber. How could the things that paved the way be pried open? Could it be that a group of ferocious robbers had come? A purple-clothed young man snorted coldly. What fools! It seemed that they didn't know what the treasures here were. "Let's go up. We can't let them destroy any more. If they trigger some array formation, we will be in trouble." The few of them increased their speed. At the same time, on the mountain, Lin Xian was still busy. The Crimson Dragon and the others stopped. They revealed suspicious expressions. "Why did I hear the sound of something breaking through the air?" "Me too," Murong Qingqing asked. "Brother Xian, you should investigate." "Let's do it." Lin Xian nodded. His heavenly secret divine eyes scanned the surroundings. This place was extremely mysterious. They seemed to feel a sense of oppression, and were unable to fully unfold their souls. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes were much stronger than theirs. In the next moment, Lin Xian frowned. "Be careful. Someone actually came." "What?" "That's impossible. No one else knows about this place except me." The toad had a look of disbelief. However, they knew that Lin Xian wouldn't be wrong. Sure enough, not long after they discovered it, 5 figures appeared on the mountain path below them. The auras of the 5 of them were extraordinary. And they were very young. From the looks of it, they should be young geniuses. They didn't know which holy city they were from. Lin Xian frowned. He had seen most of the people in the holy city, so he could recognize them through some of their auras. However, the auras of these 5 people stunned him. He couldn't tell. The 5 people below naturally saw Lin Xian and the others above as well. When they saw a snake and a toad holding holy armaments and frantically smashing the ground, they were shocked to see a snake and a toad. The corners of the 5 people's mouths twitched, and their eyes almost popped out. As expected, they were low-level trash, ants. Their eyes were filled with disdain. When they swept their gazes over again, the disdain in their eyes became even stronger when they saw Lin Xian. There was another ant. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like much. He was also trash. When they saw a woman in white standing beside Lin Xian, they were stunned. Especially the three youths. Their eyes shone with a shocking light. A beauty, and a peerless beauty. They didn't expect to see such a fairy here. What a surprise. The other two women snorted coldly. They were obviously very jealous of the other party's appearance. Sensing the gazes of those people, Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. There was a hint of disgust in her cold eyes. The youths looked away and smiled awkwardly. Soon, they walked up to her. I didn't expect to meet other people here apart from us. And it's such a beautiful fairy. I'm really lucky. I'm Lu Qifeng. How should I address you, fairy? Murong Qingqing ignored such people. She held Lin Xian's arm. The expressions of the two men behind also changed. What was going on? In their opinion, Lin Xian should be Murong Qingqing's servant. However, the actions of the two made them realize that was not the case. They were a couple. How could it be? What did this kid do to have such a beautiful doll partner? They wanted to snatch her away. There was a hint of madness in those people's hearts. Chapter 41-31. Who are you guys? How did you guys get here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He was very confused. Lu Qifeng and the others rolled their eyes in anger. Was the other party questioning them? What a joke! How dare an ant like him ask them such a question? Moreover, they should be the ones asking. Only they knew about this place. How did he know about it? Seeing that they didn't answer, the Crimson Dragon also jumped over and said, Kid, be careful. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Although these 5 people were arrogant, their qi wasn't weak. They were all late minor saints. Especially Lu Qifeng, he was also a peak existence among the late minor saints. Such a cultivation base was absolutely amazing in the holy city. Could it be that they weren't disciples of their generation, but disciples of the previous generations? After all, it couldn't be said that they were in the same generation. It could only be said that they were all enemies. Lin Xian had seen many disciples of the previous generations. He had even fought with some experts of the older generation countless times. These people looked young, but they might be old monsters. Lin Xian asked again. Seeing that they didn't answer, he shook his head. He ignored them. The toad jumped out from the side and said, Damn, I'm so unlucky to meet a few mutes. Forget it, let's do our thing. Lu Qifeng and the others were so angry that they vomited blood. Mutes? What kind of joke is this? We don't want to answer, okay? Where did this toad come from? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Get lost, or I'll trample you flat. The green-robed girl said with a disgusted face. The toad was enraged. You're the toad. Your whole family are toads. Open your dog eyes and look at me. I'm a handsome and mighty divine beast, okay? Even if you want to shout, you have to call me Lord Toad. Junior sister, don't be afraid. I'll help you vent your anger. Another man walked out and said coldly, Little Toad, how dare you come here to kill me? I think you're the one who wants to die. The Crimson Dragon also stood out. The qi between them was getting more and more terrifying. From the looks of it, no one was willing to give way to the other. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the mountain. Lu Qifeng glanced at the newcomer, who didn't attack. You idiots, which paradise are you from? Grotto Heaven? What Grotto Heaven? Lin Xian was stunned. Wasn't the other party from the holy city? Seeing this scene, the 5 people were also stunned. What was going on? Could it be that the other party was not from the Grotto Heaven, but from this place? That shouldn't be the case. How could the people here know about this? They were truly stunned. Seemed like he wasn't someone from the paradise. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to continue living. A cold aura was emitted from their bodies. At this moment, Murong Qingqing asked calmly, Which paradise did you guys come from? Lu Qifeng and the others stopped. If it was someone else who asked, they would definitely not care. But when Murong Qingqing asked, they all smiled. Fairy, if you want to know our identities, you can come over and I will personally tell the fairy. No need, Murong Qingqing said calmly. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Lin Xian and the others. The place these people came from was called the Grotto Heaven. It was different from where they lived. Weren't they from the second astral realm? Lin Xian's eyes flickered when he heard this. He looked at the toad. The toad was the one who led them to this place, so it should know best. The toad thought for a moment and said, What's so great about the Grotto Heaven? Do you think we're not from the Grotto Heaven? Let me tell you, I'm from the Gourd Grotto Heaven. On the other side, Lu Qingfeng and the others were stunned. Did the other party really come from a Grotto Heaven? Lin Xian and the others covered their faces. Damn, you should make up a better story. What is the Gourd Grotto Heaven? Do you think the Gourd Grotto Heaven is a Grotto Heaven? He was very regretful now. He felt that the toad was a little unreliable. What Gourd Grotto Heaven? Why haven't we heard of it? The woman in green sneered. The toad sneered. How could you ants have heard of it? Do you think there is no difference between the strong and the weak in the Grotto Heaven? Hurry up and get lost. Don't anger me, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. The more the toad spoke, the more excited it became. The woman in green was so angry that she vomited blood. Another man said, You're courting death. With a wave of his hand, a biting cold law quickly condensed and slashed forward. The toad jumped. At the same time, the dragon and tiger on the mountain shook. A terrifying aura spread and directly crushed the law. Moreover, a huge force hit the man's body and sent him flying. Pfft! Blood dyed the man's body red. He was about to fall off the cliff. At this moment, the woman in green waved her hand and formed a whip of law that swept out. It enveloped the man and brought him up. Are you okay? I'm fine. This place is too evil. I can't act rashly. The injured man's face turned ugly, and he hurriedly swallowed a pill. When Lin Xian and the others saw this scene, they snorted and shook their heads. They hadn't even made a move and the other party was already injured. How pitifully weak. Ignore them. Let's continue. These people were preparing to dig for more divine crystals. There was no such good thing except for this place. Even if they didn't use it, they could exchange it for other resources. Damn it! How dare you underestimate us? The woman in green waved the whip of law in her hand. At the same time, the necklace on her neck floated up and shone. It formed a defense to resist the pressure. This time, she abstracted Murong Qingqing. It seemed that she was jealous of Murong Qingqing's beauty. Murong Qingqing frowned slightly. Lin Xian took a step forward and grabbed the whip of law with one hand. Then, he pulled hard. The power of the divine body erupted and tore the whip apart. The law fragment shattered, and Lin Xian walked down with large strides. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword soul cut through the power. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. With a roar, he threw out a golden palm that covered the sky. The green-clothed woman screamed in fright. She quickly dodged and avoided the attack. However, her complexion became incomparably ugly. Damn it! The woman in green gritted her teeth. Lv Qifeng and the others narrowed their eyes. The other party didn't seem to be affected by this place. It seemed that he must have a treasure on him. If they could get it. Thinking of this, a cold murderous intent appeared in their eyes. How about it? Should we fight? They discussed. Lv Qifeng thought for a moment, and said, No, this place was too strange, especially the dragon and the tiger. The pressure they created was too strong. We are suppressed here, but that kid has a treasure that can offset this suppression. If we fight, we will be at a disadvantage. That was because none of them knew if Lin Xian was the only one with a rare treasure, or if all of them had one. If the effect of the treasure was too strong, they would suffer a serious blow. So they said to leave this mountain first. I don't believe that they won't come down. When he comes down, we'll kill this kid. They gritted their teeth and prepared to leave. Chapter 41-32. You want to leave? Lin Xian said coldly. You think you can come and go as you please? Aren't you looking down on us too much? Damn it, what are you trying to do? Lu Qifeng and the others turned their heads and said coldly. They were really mad. If they were outside, they would have killed such a person with a slap. Damn it, the terrain of this place was so strange that they couldn't attack so easily. Lin Xian said that if you want to leave, you have to tell me your identity. What if we don't? The woman in green gritted her teeth. A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. If you don't tell me, I'll search your soul. These people were too despicable. Although this was a mystic realm, everyone had come in to look for their treasures, and everyone else had come in to look for their opportunities. However, these people showed killing intent towards them as soon as they came up and even wanted to kill them. If it weren't for their strength, they would have died in the hands of these people long ago. Now that they couldn't win, these people wanted to leave? It wasn't that easy. You want to kill us with just you? You want to take our souls? Who do you think you are? Can you do it? Let me tell you, if you offend the Grotto Heaven, you will die miserably. Lin Xian smiled. There were already countless people who had threatened him. However, it was useless. If you want to leave, show me your true ability. Otherwise, you will have to bear the price of provoking us. This kid is too arrogant. I have to teach him a lesson. These 5 mysterious young people were really angry. When had they ever been provoked like this? I'll do it. The young man with dark skin walked out. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes and endless runes appeared on his body. A Dharma idol of heaven and earth appeared behind him. Kill! With a roar, the Dharma idol moved. 6 arms accompanied by 6 types of laws slapped down from the sky. It had to be said that these people did have the capital to be arrogant. They were much stronger than the geniuses of the sacred lands. They used 6 types of laws in one attack. On the mountain, a dragon and a tiger let out a low roar, forming a terrifying force to suppress. However, this time, the young man with dark skin spat out a small cauldron to defend himself. No matter the price, he had to kill the other party. On the other hand, Lin Xian's eyes were brimming with killing intent. The great dragon sword soul on his body erupted, and his entire body turned into a sword light as he rushed forward. Boom! 10,000 swords returned to origin activated sword chi. Countless rays of sword light blossomed between heaven and earth. It continued to slash forward. This attack was truly too violent. Everything in front of him was blown apart. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the cosmic form shattered. The black-skinned youth spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Many sword marks appeared on his body. How was this possible? The surrounding companions were about to go crazy when they saw this scene. Their mystiques and laws were extremely extraordinary. If they came here, they would definitely be able to sweep through everything. But now, a young man whose cultivation was weaker than theirs was actually able to defeat them. Damn it, could it be that he wasn't from the second astral realm? Did he come from a heavenly abode like them? Thinking of this, their faces turned cold. The dark-skinned young man stood up and said, No, I'm being suppressed by the dragon and tiger here. The other party is not suppressed. Therefore, I might not be his match in a one-on-one battle. Let's attack together. The 5 of them nodded. All right, let's attack together. With Lu Qingfeng taking the lead, the law of wind on his body quickly condensed and turned into a wind sword. Its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, the sword light slashed in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. You want to play with the sword with me? You're not worthy. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He waved his arm, and sword chi fell like rain. One sword after another. The wind sword was instantly shattered. Not only that, but these terrifying sword lights also swept forward. Lin Xian alone swept up 5 people. The 5 of them were stunned. Damn it, does he want to fight 5 people alone? He actually dares to underestimate us. Split up and attack from different directions. Lu Qingfeng gave the order and went forward to meet him head-on. As for the other four, they charged out from different directions. Lin Xian fought with them, and all kinds of sword chi were astonishing. The Crimson Dragon was furious when it saw this scene. "Damn, are you bullying us because we don't have anyone here? Ben Huang will slap you to death!" He roared, turned into a dragon shadow, and rushed over. The Toad also said, Come, I'll fight you for 300 rounds. He spat out endless saliva, which was highly poisonous. On the other side, Murong Qingqing also attacked. The phantom of a phoenix swept through heaven and earth. The battle erupted abnormally fierce. Among these people, Lin Xian was the only one who wasn't suppressed. Lin Xian's dragon sword soul was very powerful. The others were more or less suppressed, but they could resist. Buzz! Murong Qingqing attacked the woman in the green dress. Previously, the other party wanted to attack her. Now, she had to teach the other party a lesson. The two beauties fought earth-shattering, and all kinds of magical powers were used. The woman in green was extremely shocked. She did not expect the other party to be so strong and not weaker than her. Damn it, who are these people? Their cultivation was weaker than theirs, but their combat strength was not inferior to theirs at all. At this moment, Little White, who was in Murong Qingqing's arms, rushed out and slapped the woman in green's face with its furry little claws. The woman in green was dizzy, and in the next moment, she was sent flying by a 7-colored phoenix. Her delicate body was almost smashed into pieces. At this moment, her graceful body was stained with blood, and she was in an extremely miserable state. The other people were also injured. Lu Qingfeng was even sent flying by a sword. The sword marks on his body could not be erased. Damn it! He was too frightened. Was there an indelible sword intent? Could it be that the other party cultivated an immortal sword intent? Let's go! Lu Qingfeng quickly retreated, and the other 4 people also fled. They were not a match at all. When they fled to the foot of the mountain, the terrifying suppression of the dragon and tiger gradually weakened. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, do you dare to come down? They shouted at the foot of the mountain. Lin Xian and the others snorted coldly. Challenging us and asking us to go down? Aren't you being too arrogant? You want to come over and die? Otherwise, get lost. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Qingfeng and the others were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it! However, they did not dare to go up again. Instead, they waited at the foot of the mountain. They did not believe that the other party would not come down. However, after waiting for a few days, their faces were completely green. The other party really did not come down. Moreover, they were still digging for treasures on the mountain. It made them go crazy. What made them vomit blood was that Lin Xian did not care, but the Crimson Dragon and the Toad were 2 thick-skinned guys. Every night, they would quietly come to the foot of the mountain and set up all kinds of formations. Lu Qingfeng and the other 4 roared crazily and tried to resist. They were not afraid of these formations. But they could not stand the annoyance. In the end, they were all nervous. The slightest movement would scare them as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 41-33. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Finally, that night, Lu Qingfeng and the others couldn't take it anymore. They surrounded the Crimson Dragon and the Toad. Wow, the Toad was startled. The Crimson Dragon also said, Kid, come quickly, I've lured them up the mountain. Go to hell, you 2 reptiles. Terrifying attacks rained down like rain. They were really mad with anger. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon released formations to resist. But this time, Lu Qingfeng and the others took out a weapon. It was a small black sword the size of a palm, but it was abnormally terrifying. It directly cut through all the formations. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon were both injured. Dragon blood dyed the steps red. The Crimson Dragon roared. Damn it, what is this? Humph! Do you really think that our grotto heaven doesn't have a foundation? They were really angry. They came from a mysterious grotto heaven and were extremely powerful. How could they not have a trump card in their hands? They just didn't use it before. Now that they took it out, it really hurt the other party. Damn it, retreat quickly! The Crimson Dragon and the Toad quickly retreated. At the same time, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also rushed down the mountain. Lin Xian directly slashed out the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, the blood of the Crimson Dragon merged into the mountain. Then, the entire mountain shook violently, and the roar of a dragon sounded. The first sound was the voice of the great dragon sword soul. Then it was different. On this mountain, a dragon and a tiger seemed to come to life, turning into terrifying phantoms of the dragon and tiger. The whole place was completely boiling. Not good. Lu Qingfeng and the others' expressions changed. Even the Toad and the Crimson Dragon were stunned. Could it be that they had violated some formation? This attack had already exceeded their imagination. Lin Xian's expression changed. He pulled Murong Qingqing. Using the void escape, he came to the side of the Toad and the Crimson Dragon and took them away. At the same time, he entered the Great Sage Tower. In the next moment, the dragon and tiger phantoms clashed together, and a terrifying power erupted. It was as if everything had been destroyed. Damn, that scared Ben Huang to death. After entering the Great Sage Tower, the Crimson Dragon and Toad heaved a sigh of relief, then gritted their teeth. Damn it, how dare he hurt Ben Huang? He wanted to use his soul spirit to investigate, but Lin Xian said, "Don't. It's too scary outside." His heavenly fate god eyes couldn't even see the outside clearly because there were countless black storms outside, as if the world was about to be destroyed. After a long time, he felt that the storm had stopped. Just as they reached out their souls, they were stunned. There was still no change in the surroundings. It was the same as when they came, which made them suspect that the previous storm was an illusion. However, they truly felt it. If it weren't for the Great Sage Tower, they would have already been annihilated. Are those 5 dead yet? The Toad and the dark red holy dragon jumped out and looked around. In the next moment, they saw that far away from here, there were 5 figures in an abnormally sorry state. Among them, the dark-skinned young man's body was already torn into pieces, and he couldn't be more dead. The other 4 were also injured, and their faces were filled with fear. It was obvious that they had used their trump cards to escape just now. However, they still couldn't block it. Moreover, one of their companions had died. Haha, you still dare to be arrogant with me? Toad. The Crimson Dragon laughed wildly. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. In the distance, Lu Qingfeng and the others gritted their teeth in anger when they saw this scene. Damn it, just you wait. This matter won't be settled so easily. They rode their small black swords and quickly left. Let's go. Be careful, don't touch anything else. Lin Xian also reminded them. The previous storm was too terrifying. They continued to head up the mountain. On the other side, Lu Qingfeng and the others arrived at the entrance in a sorry state. They used their small swords to the extreme. Countless black swords hung down. Senior Brother Lu, what should we do? Those people asked. Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, This matter definitely wouldn't be settled so easily. However, we can't beat him. Moreover, the trump cards in their hands were very strong. Those people frowned. Lu Qingfeng's expression was also ugly. Indeed, such a terrifying storm had seriously injured them and almost wiped them out. The other party was completely fine. It seemed that they couldn't fight the other party head-on anymore. There was only one way now, and that was to spread the news of this place and attract more powerhouses to hunt them down. Next, they put the body of the dark-skinned young man into their swords. The 4 of them began to swallow pills to heal their injuries. 3 days later they stood up. Although their injuries hadn't healed yet, they couldn't hold it in any longer. Lu Qingfeng and the others went outside. Then, they used the small black sword to the extreme. They slashed out towards the universe. A terrifying aura quickly spread in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The people in the nearby worlds were alarmed. Some saints came over and looked at the small black sword. Their eyes were burning with passion. Could it be a Saint King's weapon? This was just a fifth heaven saint. He had never seen a Saint King's weapon. In fact, he had never even seen a Saint King's weapon. However, this aura had far exceeded his understanding. In his opinion, even if it wasn't a Saint King's weapon, it was still a terrifying treasure. Thinking of this, the old man revealed a sinister smile. He wanted to seize the black sword. Now, there was only him and no one else. This was the best opportunity. He stretched out his palms, which were like two universes, and grabbed at the sword. It shrouded the black sword. Below, Lu Qingfeng and the other three sneered when they saw this scene. They didn't know what was good for them. They activated their terrifying power. The black sword slashed down and split the old man in half. His body and soul were destroyed. Behind them, more and more saints came over, wanting to seize the sword. In the end, their souls were destroyed every time. Soon, 10 corpses floated in the sky. The smell of blood made their scalps tingle. The weak ones were fifth heaven saints, and the strong ones were small saints. There were even 2 late small saints who were killed in a single strike. This made everyone realize that although these 4 young men were young, their strength was abnormally terrifying. Perhaps only a true holy venerate would be able to fight against it. Sure enough, although more and more people came, no one dared to make a move. At this moment, 2 streams of light came from afar. A terrifying aura also rushed over. It made everyone's scalps tingle. The Saint King was here. It seemed like these 4 people were in danger. They looked like they were waiting to watch a show. Lu Qingfeng and the others opened their eyes. Finally, they are here. This is great. He didn't care about those trash before. Now that the Saint King was here, it was enough. In the sky, 2 figures appeared. They were the 2 Saint Kings. One of them stepped on the yellow spring, and his aura was unusually cold. The other one also had a desolate energy. They were the Saint Kings of Great Desolate Mansion and Yellow Spring Palace. When the 2 of them arrived, they looked at the small black sword with a fiery light in their eyes. They felt that this sword was better than the Saint King's weapon they were using. This caused a hint of greed to appear in the hearts of the 2. Chapter 41-34. At this moment, LV Qingfeng snorted coldly. What? You dare to covet my things? Are you tired of living? His voice was filled with endless coldness. The surrounding sages exclaimed. Who was Tianya? How could he be so arrogant before a holy venerate? The 2 holy venerates also frowned. Judging from the other party's appearance, he did not seem to be afraid. This surprised the holy venerates. Who exactly was this person? Which holy city did young master come from? What holy city? LV Qingfeng said proudly. Can your holy cities accommodate us? Let me tell you, we are from a paradise. His arrogant words caused an uproar. Even the 2 holy venerates frowned. The other party actually looked down on the holy city. What a joke. The holy city was the most horrifying existence in the second astral realm. Could it be that the other party came from above the holy city? Was there such a thing? When the 2 holy venerates heard about the paradise, they were also confused. In fact, the surrounding people were all stunned. What was that? Which sect was more powerful than the holy city? Seeing these people whispering, LV Qingfeng frowned and snorted coldly. He originally thought that there were a few sensible people here. Unexpectedly, they were all trash. Do they not even know who we are? LV Qingfeng was furious. The holy venerates did not know where they came from. Damn it! Do we have to get the holy venerates to come personally? What an arrogant brat! The 2 holy venerates showed sullen expressions. They had never seen such an arrogant person before. He dared to look down on them. What heavenly abode? We've never heard of it. I don't know, which mountain corner did you come from? However, since he dared to provoke us, he had to pay the price. The auras of the 2 holy venerates spread out, and the surrounding people retreated. It's over. These 4 people are definitely dead. Stop! However, at this moment, an aged voice rang out in the air. Following that, the crowd saw a locust tree flying over from a distance. Those tree roots seemed to have turned into a boundless storm, moving extremely fast. This was also a holy venerate. Furthermore, it was a demonic beast, a plant-type demonic beast. It looked like it had a very long lifespan. This was because many of those tree trunks were already rotten and broken. No one knew how many years it had lived. Fellow Taoist from the 10,000 Fiend City, are you trying to stop us? The two Saint Venerables frowned. That old locust tree said. They couldn't take action. His identity wasn't ordinary. If you make a move, perhaps the holy city will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, the two Saint Venerables were stunned. What's going on? They asked. The old locust tree didn't say anything. Instead, it looked ahead. Did it really come from that place? Oh, it seems that you know who we are. That makes things easier. LV Qingfeng looked at him and snorted coldly. Open your eyes wide and look around. Where is this place? The old pagoda tree had already lived for over 9,000 years. It was a very long time. Although Shao Chun was only an early-stage holy venerate, his strength was mediocre. However, due to the fact that they were plants and had lived for countless years, they were very experienced and knowledgeable. He also knew a thing or two about some ancient secrets. Thus, when he heard the words paradise, he was scared out of his wits. Could it be that it was about to open again? When he saw the other party take out a token with a mysterious scene drawn on it, the old locust tree finally understood. Although he couldn't understand it, what was a token? However, the aura coming from it terrified him. That was because he had seen it once before. That was 3,000 years ago. Shao Chun didn't expect it to appear again. It seemed that it wasn't far from that date. The old locust tree took a deep breath and said, May I know why you young masters are looking for us? The surrounding people were all stunned. Shao Chun was a saint venerate who had lived for countless years. His identity was extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, he was actually so respectful to four little saints. Who exactly was he? What exactly was paradise? They went crazy. They felt like they were dreaming. They asked around frantically. However, aside from the old locust tree, no one else knew. When they asked the old locust tree shook his head. He said, I only learned of this by chance. This cannot be spread. Otherwise, there will be a disaster. I can only tell you that their identity is something that even saint kings have to treat seriously. The two Saint Venerables sucked in a cold breath. They were incomparably shocked. This was too incredible. They thought of some possibilities. Could it be? The two Saint Venerables didn't say anything. However, the shock in their hearts was like a raging wave. Although Saint Venerables were powerful, they weren't at the end of the universe. The most powerful ones were only Saint Kings. There were even more terrifying realms above them. However, there weren't any in the second astral realm. However, it didn't mean that there weren't any in other universes. Obviously, the paradise that they hadn't heard of didn't exist in the second astral realm. The other party had crossed over. The two Saint Venerables didn't dare to think about it anymore because they weren't qualified to know what happened next. The two Saint Venerables said respectfully. They hoped that they would forgive them for offending them earlier. The surrounding people went crazy. The three Saint Venerables were so respectful. Who exactly was this person? LV Qingfeng revealed a cold smile. Well, I naturally have a reason for looking for you. Do you see the world behind? The 9,999th gourd was a world within a world. It was an independent world. It was left behind by an extremely incredible existence 80,000 years ago. It probably contained endless treasures and secrets. Countless people sucked in a cold breath. The eyes of the three Saint Venerables also lit up. It was left behind by a supreme existence 80,000 years ago. It was too shocking. Perhaps even Saint Kings would be jealous if they saw it. However, they soon revealed puzzled expressions. Why would the other party tell them such a thing? Could it be that the other party couldn't enter and needed to borrow their strength? Now I'll give you a chance. Spread the news and let the strong ones come. It's best if Saint Kings can come too. I can let you in. However, I have a condition. There is a young man in there who must die. Moreover, I want him to die without a burial place. The hearts of the surrounding people pounded wildly. What kind of person could provoke so many terrifying existences? The three Saint Venerables were also surprised. Could it be that there was already someone in there? Who exactly was it? Was it Saint Kings? Who were they? I don't know who he is. I only know that there is a peerless beauty by his side, followed by a toad and a dragon. Those two stars are so annoying. Hearing this, the corners of the three Saint Venerables' mouths twitched. The eyelids of the surrounding people twitched wildly. A toad, a dragon, and a peerless beauty. Why were they so similar to that great demon king? Are you talking about Linwoody? That's right. Didn't he have a toad, a dragon, and a little white monkey by his side? Discussions broke out one after another. Chapter 41:35. The three Saint Venerables were stunned when they heard that. Could it be that Linwoody was inside? Impossible. With Linwoody's status, how could he dare to provoke these people? All right, I'll give you guys 5 days. After 5 days, I'll teach you how to enter. You guys go in and help me kill people. The voices of LV Fong and the others could be heard. They were filled with hatred. Lin Xian had to die. The toad and the dragon had to die too. They had to die. He was going to enjoy that peerless beauty. Everyone moved one after another, wanting to spread the news. However, they soon couldn't move. The three great saints joined forces and sealed them. Don't say anything. Whoever dares to say anything will be killed without mercy. The three Saint Venerables quickly left. It was impossible for them to let all the Saint Realm cultivators come to such a good place. Since they knew, they had to seize the opportunity. Therefore, they hurried back to inform their Saint Realm cultivators. Great desolate mansion, Acheron Palace, Demon City. After receiving the news, they were extremely shocked. Even the Saint King was alarmed. Soon, they gathered their forces and sent out their men. Many young geniuses were selected, and many Saint Venerables were also going. This time, they were going to explore the world from 80,000 years ago. The weak would not be brought along. Moreover, it was very likely that the Saint King would go personally. As for the others, they didn't know. After all, this operation was very secretive. The Great Saint Mountain first sealed those who knew about it, and then secretly moved. They were very fast, flying towards the gourd world. However, it was still discovered by someone. Fu Hongye was training outside. When he wanted to return to the Saint Realm, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force coming quickly. He held his breath and used a secret technique to hide himself in the void. Soon, he found the people of Demon City. Those great demons were extremely powerful, and there were even many Saint Venerables. Where were these people going? This kind of trip was too unusual. Was there going to be a holy war? He didn't know. He hurried back to the Saint City to inform the peerless Saint King. On the way, other people also discovered them, but many of them were killed. After all, Fu Hongye was a top genius of the previous generation. Moreover, she had many fortuitous encounters. Therefore, he was able to escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave. When he returned to Peerless Saint City, he immediately met Peerless Saint King and told him the news. Peerless Saint King felt that something was amiss. They hurriedly gathered some experts, and then they also secretly followed someone. The gourd world. A group of people had already come in. After these people came in, they looked at everything around them with red eyes. Great, there are treasures everywhere. They made a fortune. These people wanted to attack in a frenzy. In the end, they triggered some array formations that nearly destroyed the world. Many people died instantly. Those who were still alive were trembling in fear. They knew that this place was not an ordinary place. They might not have even heard of some of the methods left behind from 80,000 years ago. Therefore, these people did not dare to be too arrogant. Moreover, they still had a mission to complete this time. That was to come in to kill someone. That guy was on a mountain formed by a dragon and a tiger. It should be easy to find him. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to find such a mountain. He discovered that the steps on the mountain were extremely extraordinary. That's right, this is the place. The surrounding people were all excited. Go up quickly. When they reached the top, they found that there was a huge pressure that made them breathless. Those below the minor saint realm could not reach the top at all. Fortunately, those who were sent here this time were all elites. There was basically no one below the minor saint realm. However, it was also very difficult to reach the early and middle minor saint realm. Only those who were at the late minor saint realm could walk faster. The situation of those saint venerables was much better. However, they also felt a chill down their spines. They did not dare to act recklessly. Under the lead of the saint venerables, the speed of these people was much faster. They set off towards the top of the mountain. Finally, they found a figure at 2/3 of the place. There was indeed someone in front. These people were extremely shocked. It seemed like what those people said was true. This should be the person they wanted to kill. Above, Lin Xian and the others were very satisfied. They had obtained a lot of resources just by digging for treasures. Soon, they were about to reach the top of the mountain. They wondered what was at the top of the mountain. However, at this time, they frowned as they walked, because they sensed that someone was coming from below. Moreover, the aura this time was stronger than before. Damn it, what's going on? Why are there more people coming? They looked down and screamed. Damn it, there are so many people. Lin Xian frowned too. There was no need to check carefully now. He could see that there were many people. Damn it, it can't be. Could it be those people from the grotto heavens? The Crimson Dragon's scalp went numb too. Those people from the grotto heavens were very scary. However, Lin Xian was surprised. His face was cold. It's not the people from the grotto heavens. I see an old acquaintance. Damn it, it's the people from the sacred city. How did they come in? Could it be that they found out? At this moment, they still did not know what LV Qi Feng and the others were doing. It's actually you. Those saint venerables also brought the others up. When they saw Lin Xian and the others, many of them screamed. Damn it, is it really the Demon King? They had doubts before. But now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were still shocked. They already knew how terrifying and extraordinary the backgrounds of the 4 people outside were. Who dared to provoke them? However, Lin Xian provoked them again. Kid, do you know that you're dead meat? Obediently hand over what you have on you, and I'll give you a quick death. Humph, how dare you provoke those people from the grotto heavens? Even God can't save you. Angry shouts sounded. Lin Xian frowned after hearing it. These people knew about the grotto heavens too. It seemed that the arrival of these people should be related to those 4 people. Could it be that those 4 people wanted to kill with a borrowed knife? Lin Xian's face darkened. 4 pieces of trash. Why? Do you think you can defeat me? Lin Xian stood above them and looked down. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. You're too reckless. This place is an independent world. Do you think anyone can save you? The people from the heavenly fiend race can't come in. Those saint venerables laughed. They had already investigated. Lin Xian must have some relationship with the heavenly fiend race. That was why he could summon them. But fortunately, when they entered, they had passed through many complex formations. It was an independent world. The people from the heavenly fiend race couldn't descend. This was not wrong. Indeed, Lin Xian couldn't summon the people from the heavenly fiend race here. But so what? This place had an extremely strong pressure. If they fought forcefully, it would even lead to an apocalyptic storm. At that time, he could just lead it over again. They hid in the Great Sage Tower. Where could these saint venerables hide? They would definitely die. Chapter 4136. Seems like you guys have done a thorough investigation. However, do you think I don't have any other trump cards? I advise you to get lost. I'm in a good mood these 2 days. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll make sure you all die without a burial ground. Damn brat, who do you think you are? The people of Acheron Hall roared. Emotio, a genius of the pilgrim list, had died in the hands of the other party. How could they not take revenge? Now that they had the chance, they would be the first to strike. The Acheron gourd? A tall man came out. He took out a Acheron gourd and opened it. A shocking Acheron Tao diagram flew out. The Acheron Tao diagram was too terrifying. It was raised by the heaven holy land and was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a ray of red light. The surrounding people could not open their eyes. A fatal blow. The surrounding people screamed. Even the toad and the crimson dragon were so scared that their scalps went numb. Damn it, what is this? They had never been to the Green Mountain world before, so they did not know. Lin Xian did know, and he could see that the gourd belonged to Emotio. Dodge, don't take it head on. Lin Xian sent a message to Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing and the others quickly retreated to the sides, while Lin Xian went up. It's useless. You can't escape. The man from Acheron Hall revealed a sinister smile. Today, he would use the Acheron Tao diagram to kill the other party. His name was Emohan, Emotio's brother. This time, he would avenge his brother. The Acheron Tao path was very fast. Everyone thought that Lin Xian would definitely die. However, along the way, the Acheron Tao diagram trembled. The higher he flew, the greater the pressure. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure. He used the great dragon sword spirit to destroy all the pressure. He went up again. The Acheron Tao diagram was shaken again. It was shaken 5 times in a row, and cracks appeared on the Acheron Tao diagram. Seeing this, Lin Xian slapped the Acheron Tao diagram and shattered it. This is your attack? It's not that good. Lin Xian sneered. Mohan took a step back. His face was pale. Damn it, the other party actually broke through his map of the underworld and even shattered it. Don't worry, that's not his own strength. Sitting Mountain was very strange. The higher one went, the greater the pressure. The Yellow Springs diagram could not defeat him because of the pressure. It had nothing to do with that brat. The Lord comforted her. Mohan nodded. Come and fight me if you have the guts. Who do you think you are to go over just because you say so? Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you want to fight, then come over here and I'll slap you to death. He was not afraid of the pressure here, so he could go anywhere. However, the same could not be said for the people below. It was already very difficult for them to come here. Without the saint, most of them would not have been able to come here. There was no need to talk nonsense with him. There was no need to fight him one-on-one. Just take him down, cripple his cultivation, and give him to the people from the paradise. Next, we have to collect as many treasures as possible. The Saint Venerable of the Acheron Palace had an extremely cold expression. This Saint Sovereign looked extremely ferocious. His body was covered with many Tao runes. His entire head looked like a demon. He even had a demon horn on his head. He was called the Demon Saint. From afar, he looked as if he had crawled out of hell. There was another Saint Sovereign beside him. It was even more strange. There was no flesh under his Tao robe. Instead, it was all bones. He was the White Bones Saint Sovereign. He cultivated the White Bones Law. This bone had been cultivated by him to the point where it was even stronger than an ordinary sacred artifact. The 2 Saint Sovereigns walked up with their men. They surrounded everything. Not good. Murong Qingqing's expression changed. The Crimson Dragon and the others also roared. You guys are shameless. If you have the guts, I'll slap you to death. However, the Demon Saint Sovereign and the White Bones Saint Sovereign sneered. You guys are not qualified. Attack! With a roar, the 2 of them took the lead. The people around them also attacked crazily. The overwhelming attacks fell. Lin Xian and the others all retreated with pale faces. Lin Xian retreated quickly. He led these people and rushed to the top of the mountain. However, the two saint sovereigns used their great divine abilities. A large palm pressed down and blocked their path. On the other side, the demon saint shot out a terrifying devil ball. Each of them shattered the void, making it impossible for them to deal with more. "Kid, don't you have the great calamity? Kill him," the Crimson Dragon said. Lin Xian said no, use the world-exterminating storm and let them all die here. He was enraged. Therefore, he planned not to let any of them go. "Good idea, I'll use it." The dark red holy dragon and the toad crazily threw out array formations to attack each other. The power of the array formation was very strong, but it didn't trigger the world-exterminating storm. What was going on? They were stunned. Murong Qingqing said previously you were injured. Brother Xian even used the great dragon sword spirit. And there's a dragon and a tiger on this mountain. I reckon that your dragon blood and dragon soul triggered it. Try again. That makes sense. The dark red holy dragon directly spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. Lin Xian also crazily activated the great dragon sword spirit. A dragon's roar sounded, and dragon blood surged. Sure enough, in the next moment, the entire mountain shook violently again. The roar of a dragon and a tiger sounded. The two phantoms attacked and collided in the sky. The world-exterminating storm swept over. Go in quickly. Lin Xian directly brought them into the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Tower was bombarded by the endless world-exterminating storm and kept shaking. Outside, the white-boned saint, the demon saint, and the others revealed sinister smiles. They thought that the other party was definitely dead. Even if the other party took out the tremor technique, it would be useless. Suddenly, the mountain shook, and then the phantoms of a dragon and a tiger appeared. That terrifying aura spread out. Not good, run quickly. They frantically retreated, but it was already too late. In an instant, the storm swept through heaven and earth. Ah! Those small saints instantly screamed and were torn into a bloody mist. The two saint sovereigns also tried their best to resist. They even took out their saint sovereign weapons to defend. But it was useless. They were turned into ashes together. After a long time, the storm outside slowly disappeared. Lin Xian and the others left. When they came out, they snorted coldly. They were all dead. They checked, wanting to find some storage rings, but they found that they were all broken. The things inside were also directly crushed by the storm. What a pity! They sighed. Those were all experts. Lin Xian said to ignore them. This mountain was the treasure. Hurry up and go to the top of the mountain to take a look. They quickly set off towards the top of the mountain. At the same time, the second group of people also arrived outside. They also began to enter according to the method given by LV Qingfeng. Originally, LV Qingfeng thought that it should be enough to let a few saint sovereigns in. However, since the news had been exposed, he might as well do something big. He allowed them to enter the depths of the mountain, but it was not unconditional. In addition to helping him kill Lin Xian, they also wanted half of the things inside. The four of them would split half of the treasures, and the rest would be given to the other saint cities. With their status, the other saint cities would definitely not dare to say anything. As expected, the three saint cities agreed to this condition. That was why they had a second and even a third group of people enter. Chapter 4137. Buzz. The formation inside was very dangerous, but with the route given by Lu Qifeng, these people moved slowly. However, they managed to enter without any mishaps. After entering, they revealed the same shocked expression as the people before them. Their eyes were red, and some even began to search in all directions. In the end, they attracted the formation. Don't move. It's very dangerous inside. A sacred venerable shouted angrily. The others' expressions changed drastically as they stared at the formation with lingering fear. We'll split up and search. These people are very careful as they search. At the same time, a two-headed leopard's figure flashed and flew into the distance. However, he came to a place where there was no one. The light in his eyes bloomed, forming two vortexes that swallowed his body. At the same time, a handsome young man of 16 or 17 walked out of the vortex. He had finally entered. This handsome young man was Peerless Holy King. He waved his hand, and the vortex appeared again. Ling Huichuixue, Fu Hongye, and the others walked out. Is this the world within a world? They looked around curiously. Be careful. Go and ask around. Where is Lin Xian? Peerless Holy King ordered. The people from Peerless City began to move quickly. In fact, before these people came in, Lin Xian and the others had already arrived at the top of the mountain. The information at the top of the mountain was even more terrifying. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He used the Great Dragon's Sword Soul to the extreme. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon stained the Great Dragon's Sword Soul with its blood. The Great Dragon's Sword Soul let out a dragon roar as if it had been revived. The dragon shadow on the mountain also let out a low roar at the same time. Then, a door appeared in front of them. Lin Xian and the others were delighted. They carefully walked in. Boom! In the next moment, they entered. The door disappeared as if it had been forcefully opened from space. They came to another space. As soon as they entered, they felt the great Tao rushing towards them. It was as if it had turned into rays of light that surrounded them. Murong Qingqing and the others gasped. The great Tao here is so rich. I can feel my laws boiling. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. It was indeed a good place. If he used it well, he could save hundreds or thousands of years of hard work. Thinking of this, they were overjoyed and walked forward. They found many pill bottles, which seemed to be used to store pills. However, when they opened it, they discovered that the medicinal pills inside were already empty, which made them sigh. Thinking about it, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of years this place had existed. Even if there were spirit pills and miraculous medicines here, it was impossible for them to have existed for tens of thousands of years. As he continued forward, he saw rows and rows of bookshelves, each of which was filled with jade slips. Murong Qingqing waved her hand and took out a soul spirit to scout the way. Then, a look of shock appeared on her face. They were all divine abilities, and they were all top-notch great divine abilities. Any one of them would be enough to make those in the outside world jealous. Lin Xian also took one and examined it. A smile appeared on his face. Indeed, what was written on it was extraordinary. For example, he had a body-tempering method called the Vajra Universe Body. After mastering it, one's physique would far surpass those of the same level. However, Lin Xian only looked at it and put it down. Because if it were anyone else, they might be jealous. This thing was indeed a good thing, but he already had the 9-yang divine body. It was one of the rare divine bodies in the universe, so he didn't need it for body tempering at the moment. Although he didn't cultivate it, he still made a copy of the technique. He didn't need it, but he could exchange it for something. His soul was extremely powerful. In an instant, it surged into the jade slips to make copies. Soon, he had thousands of top-notch divine abilities in his hands. If it were in the outside world, it would definitely make countless people go crazy. Even those in the holy city would probably go crazy. Lin Xian felt that if he was strong enough, he could even use these divine abilities to start a sect. Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He waved his hand and grabbed a jade slip. Then, he carefully read it. The next moment, he narrowed his eyes. What's wrong, kid? Did you find something good? The Crimson Holy Dragon jumped over. It was indeed a good thing. Lin Xian gave the jade slip to the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was also surprised after reading it. Annihilation Sword Mound. It recorded the manufacturing method of a weapon. It wasn't a sacred artifact, but it was more powerful than a sacred artifact. Because it was a forbidden artifact. The so-called forbidden artifact was very powerful, but it had a shortcoming, which was that it could only be used for a short period of time. Generally, it would be destroyed after 3 to 5 uses. It was a consumable item. Without a strong foundation, it was impossible to create such a forbidden artifact. Usually, it was excavated from some ancient ruins by the top forces. The Annihilation Sword Mound was a type of forbidden weapon that could only be used once. It could only be used for a short period of time, but it was very powerful. From the name, one could tell that it was a destructive weapon. Once it was used, it would directly explode, forming an energy that could destroy heaven and earth. People below the Holy Venerate level couldn't survive at all. It could even threaten a Holy Venerate. This was only one of them. If he refined more and detonated them together, even a Holy Venerate wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Xian felt a burst of excitement when he thought of the destruction caused by the Dragon Tiger Phantom. The Crimson Dragon also swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that there would be such a good thing here. Murong Qingqing also walked over and checked it out. She was surprised. Soon she frowned. Although this thing was powerful, it wasn't easy to refine. The materials were quite difficult to find. Indeed, the materials needed to refine it were as precious as machines, and it also needed a destructive aura. It also needed to be made into a sword mound. Probably not many people could refine it. That said, Lin Xian still made a copy of it and memorized it deeply. This thing was good. If there was a chance, he definitely wouldn't miss it. As they walked further in, the light gradually brightened. There was a huge divine crystal in front of them that sealed some spiritual herbs. Lin Xian and the others were stunned after seeing it. If it was sealed with a divine crystal, it wouldn't wither and die. This was a good thing from tens of thousands of years ago. If it was refined into pills, it would be very beneficial to their cultivation. Lin Xian carefully cut and put away all the spiritual herbs. There were almost 2,000 of them. What a pleasant surprise. They probably wouldn't have to worry about the spiritual herbs in the short term. Murong Qingqing also smiled. It was no wonder that the people from the Grotto Heavens also traveled thousands of miles to come here. Indeed, it was enough to make any faction go crazy. Therefore, they wouldn't tell anyone about it. They continued to walk in. There was endless darkness in front of them. After walking for some time, they stopped. Chapter 41-38. A door appeared in front of them. The door was half open. An extremely terrifying aura came from behind the door. It was like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, causing their souls to tremble. Lin Xian and the others stopped. Murong Qingqing looked ahead and said in surprise, "Could it be that a dragon and a tiger were sealed in front of them?" Lin Xian looked at the toad and asked, "What is this place?" The toad's eyes moved. He said, "Well, I'm not too sure. I only know that this is a very mysterious place. Kid, let's go back. The aura in front is too unusual." It was obvious that he didn't want to go forward. "What are you afraid of? If there's anything, I'll protect you." The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and looked ahead. "I wonder which senior of the Dragon Ball has fallen here? Do you want to go in and take a look?" Lin Xian asked. His eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The toad jumped back in fright. At the same time it said, "Have you heard of Mount Longhu? That's the legendary divine mountain. Even if this place isn't Mount Longhu, it's probably built based on it. Its power is unpredictable. I advise you not to try it lightly." Mount Longhu. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. The legendary divine mountain? Why haven't I heard of it? He looked at the Crimson Dragon and Murong Qingqing and asked, "Haven't you heard of it?" "No." The Crimson Dragon shook its head. However, Murong Qingqing frowned slightly. She said, "I seem to have seen it once in the ancient books of the Kunlun Pavilion. However, Mount Longhu was a legendary mountain. It didn't seem to exist in reality." Since it was a legendary thing, it was even more impossible to miss it. With that, Lin Xian walked forward. Murong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon followed. When they arrived at the door, the moment they stepped in, a terrifying dragon and tiger roar sounded. The three of them were stunned. Murong Qingqing's face turned pale. The phantom of a phoenix appeared on her body and blocked the aura. However, she did not step forward. I don't have the aura of the Dragon Clan, nor do I have the power of the Tiger Clan. I'm afraid that I'm not fated to enter. Lin Xian took a look and nodded his head. Qingchen, wait for me outside then. Although he did not know what was inside, he did not want Murong Qingqing to take the risk. Moreover, the other party was right. Perhaps only he and the Crimson Dragon could enter. The great dragon sword soul was displayed to the extreme. The Crimson Dragon's blood surged. Sure enough, they felt the pressure in front of them slowly disappear. The two of them walked in. Low growls could be heard from time to time. The surroundings were extremely dark, so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. The light on Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon was swallowed up. However, they knew that they were walking forward because the pressure on their bodies was getting stronger and stronger, and the dragon's roar was getting louder and louder. After an unknown period of time, light finally appeared in front of them, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Lin Xian and the others arrived at a space. There was a painting hanging in front of them. The painting was very large, and there was a mountain drawn on it. It was a mountain surrounded by a dragon and a tiger. The holy light made one feel as if they had arrived at an immortal palace. Could this be the legendary Mount Longhu? Lin Xian looked at the painting with a shocked expression. Indeed, such a miracle should not exist in reality. The Crimson Dragon beside him was also shocked. There was actually such a sacred place. Did the dragon race not remember it? He was too shocked. At the same time, he said, Kid, although this is a painting, the laws contained in it are too unusual. That dragon seems to be alive. We can cultivate here. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, there was a dragon and a tiger on the mountain. As they breathed, the laws in the sky surged. They could indeed cultivate here. The two of them sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. This was a very strange realm because when the two of them were comprehending, their souls seemed to have been absorbed by the painting. They felt that they were surrounded by a holy place. They had really arrived at the foot of the divine mountain. Looking at the huge dragon and tiger, they felt how small they were. Whoosh! The Crimson Dragon transformed into his true form and synchronized with the dragon's breathing. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying rumbling sound came from his body. The power was much stronger than before. The Crimson Dragon's eyes widened. Kid, this is a special breathing technique, and it's a breathing technique of the dragon race. It's very likely that it's lost. The Crimson Dragon was really excited. There were many dragons in the world, and the dragons were born with bloodline inheritances. They didn't need to learn many of the dragon race's great mystical abilities. However, there were also differences in strength among the dragon pearls. For example, the nest of 10,000 dragons was a place where many dragons were gathered. It was a powerful monarch race. But the true core was the direct descendants of the dragon desolate land. Only they could master the ancient scriptures of the dragon emperor. That was the most important part. And the other dragons couldn't come into contact with it at all. And this breathing technique should have been created by some extremely powerful ancient scripture. Lin Xian was also surprised. Was it the breathing technique of the dragon race? Although he wasn't a dragon, he had a dragon soul. He fused with the dragon's soul and synchronized with the dragon's breathing. In the next moment, he also felt that there seemed to be a force rapidly forming in his body. This feeling was really too strange. As expected of an ancient scripture, Lin Xian was surprised. Even if it wasn't left behind by a great emperor, it was still created by an extremely terrifying powerhouse. At the same time, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't know how powerful those princes and princesses were. These people were born as saints. In the beginning, they consumed and cultivated the strongest techniques and ancient scriptures left behind by the great emperor. They were probably already so strong that they defied the heavens. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He walked the path of the great emperor. One day, he would meet these princes. Thinking of this, an extremely cold light bloomed in his eyes. It wasn't enough. He had to become stronger. He had to become even stronger. Next, Lin Xian entered a state of selflessness. He completely fused with the dragon soul and began to study and cultivate this breathing technique. This feeling was very strange. Lin Xian seemed to have figured out a little. But he couldn't completely master it. In the end, he simply didn't think about anything. In between breaths, the great Tao and endless rays of light gushed out from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a dragon and was sleeping. The crimson dragon next to him was shocked. He found that the speed at which Lin Xian mastered this breathing technique was faster than his. This was too unbelievable. Thinking of this, he also cultivated with all his strength. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the tiger next to him. Because that ferocious tiger was also breathing. Dragons had the dragon race's breathing technique. Could the tiger be using the tiger race's breathing technique? He was ready to try. However, he didn't have the tiger race's bloodline or the tiger soul, so he couldn't contact the tiger. However, Lin Xian didn't give up. Although he couldn't get the tiger race's breathing technique, he could study the tiger's demeanor and use it to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. Chapter 41-39. Tiger, the king of beasts. The tiger was the master of killing. It was an extremely powerful divine beast. Lin Xian took the Tao of slaughter from its body and prepared to create a tiger sword art. His attainments in the Tao of the sword were already very high. Moreover, he had obtained thousands of top-notch divine abilities. He could learn from others and create his own sword art. Lin Xian was completely immersed in it. He forgot about time and everything else. After an unknown amount of time, a dragon and a tiger in front of him let out a dragon roar and a tiger roar. A mysterious force wrapped around him and the crimson dragon and sent him out. In the next moment, their bodies shook and they opened their eyes. The painting in front of them was shaking. However, they could no longer enter to comprehend it. The two of them knew that their opportunity had run out, so they bowed deeply and returned the way they came. Outside, Murong Qingqing was holding Little White and looking at the various cultivation techniques and abilities from before. The toad beside him was yawning in boredom. Suddenly, they turned their heads and stared at the door in front of them. "You're out." Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked out and asked, "How long has it been?" They felt that they had been meditating for too long. 100 years had passed? Murong Qingqing calculated the time and said that only 3 days had passed. "It's only been 3 days." Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that the painting was indeed an extremely terrifying thing. It was likely that the time inside had been modified. "I wonder who left it behind? Brother Xian, what's inside?" Murong Qingqing was also curious. Lin Xian gave a brief account of what had happened to him. Murong Qingqing was greatly surprised. Did Mount Longhu really exist? The toad's eyes were also red. "Are you talking about the ancient breathing technique of the Dragon Clan? I want to learn it too." "Learn your sister. You're not from the Dragon Clan. You can't learn it at all." The Crimson Dragon despised. The toad secretly lamented that it was a pity. Lin Xian also wanted to teach this breathing technique to Murong Qingqing, but he realized that it was impossible. Murong Qingqing had the bloodline of the phoenix, so she could not learn the breathing technique of the Dragon Clan. Murong Qingqing didn't force it. She said, "There's no need for that, big brother Xian. These top-notch abilities are already an extra surprise for me. Not to mention, we also obtained so many spiritual herbs." Lin Xian didn't force him. He knew that this ancient breathing technique was not simple. If he did not have the dragon soul, he probably would not have been able to cultivate it. After looking around, they felt that there was nothing else, so they prepared to leave. But how do I get out? They could only return the way they came. Sure enough, when they reached that place, they came out of another door. Everyone walked out. Buzz. They felt the light around them become brighter, and there were sounds of killing and shouting coming from all around them. They looked carefully and realized that they had actually arrived at the foot of Mount Longhu. Did he come out? And not at the top of the mountain, but at the foot of the mountain. However, Lin Xian quickly changed his expression and frowned. He sensed that the number of people in this world had increased again. It seemed that more people had come in, and those people naturally sensed the arrival of Lin Xian and the others. Who are you? They were too shocked. The other party appeared out of thin air, which really gave them a fright. It's you! Suddenly a scream was heard. Great, it's Lin Wudi. We've found him. A figure rushed over quickly, and at the same time, his voice was heard. With a wave of his hand, an endless barren aura spread out, forming a long spear with terrifying laws surging on it. Buzz! The spear stabbed out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, towards Lin Xian. This was a sure-kill spear, and its attack power was astonishing. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a backhand palm. His palm was like a dragon's head, and it rarely moved forward, directly grabbing the spear. The person who attacked was a little saint from the great desolate mansion. He had reached the peak of the little saint realm and was not far from the sacred venerable realm. Originally, he thought that he could seriously injure the other party with a surprise attack. He even thought that he could kill the other party. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would take it so easily. Moreover, Lin Xian's arm shook, and the force made his body tremble. What a terrifying physique! No wonder it was rumored that he could not fight Lin Wudi in close combat. The person shouted angrily, trying to distance himself. However, he could not pull out his long spear at all. He could only give up on the spear and escape, preparing to attack from afar. A lot of barren laws appeared on his body, like an endless autumn wind, bringing with it a sense of sadness. Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He did not care about such a divine ability anymore. He stretched out his palm again, and slapped forward. However, at this time, his heart was beating wildly, and a great sense of danger shrouded his soul. A killing sword was behind him, piercing towards his head. It was too fast. In an instant, the sword was behind him. The cold killing intent from the sword made him feel cold all over. Damn it! Lin Xian was shocked. This was a top-notch assassin. At the same time, Murong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon, and the Toad roared angrily, wanting to attack. However, in the next moment, they were all assassinated. Get lost! At this moment of crisis, Lin Xian did not have time to think. He roared and instinctively activated the dragon breathing technique that he had just learned. As he inhaled and exhaled, a mysterious force was produced in his body, and it directly exploded. There was a boom. The killing sword was blasted into pieces. Those figures also vomited blood and flew backward, their eyes filled with disbelief. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon also activated its breathing technique, pushing the people back. A dragon's roar, with the two of them as the center, spread in all directions. The 4 assassins were all injured. When they failed to hit, they instantly fled and hid. Are you all right? Lin Xian looked at Qingqing. Murong Qingqing shook her head. She said that the people of the mortal world. Apart from the mortal world, they could not think of a second person who could send out such a group of saint assassins and possess such a killing ability. All of this happened in an instant. In the next moment, the injured little saint of great desolate mansion screamed. Come quickly! I've found Lin Wudi! This voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. What? It's that kid? Kill him quickly! The people of the Grotto Heaven will reward you handsomely. The surrounding saints rushed over crazily. In an instant, divine abilities covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. How dare you be the lackeys of the Grotto Heaven? Go to hell then. A trace of shocking killing intent appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he quickly activated the breathing technique, and a terrifying force surged. He opened the sky with both hands and swept everything away. In an instant, the three of them exploded. Then, with a roar, all kinds of sword chi swept in all directions. He was really too strong. Ordinary late-stage minor saints were no match for him at all. These people were seriously injured. Join hands. They roared crazily, but Murong Qingqing and the others were not to be trifled with. They fought back crazily. Lin Xian stared at the saint of great desolate mansion who had shouted before and threw out a punch. Chapter 4140. The sage's expression changed drastically. Damn it, why did the other party target him? Didn't he just shout a little? He quickly retreated and his body turned into nothingness. At the same time, he spat out 3 shields to block in front of him. However, it was useless. Everything was shattered by the punch. Half of his body exploded, and the remaining half was also shattered. No! He screamed in fear and quickly used the great desolate mansion's peerless divine ability. That was the desolate summoning. He summoned 3 barren men, who were extremely terrifying. Together, they charged forward. However, it was useless. Previously, Lin Xian had been extremely fearful of this move. But now, it was useless. Even if the 4 of them attacked him together, he wouldn't care because they were weaker than him. He swung the sword in his hand. Every time he circulated the dragon breath, coupled with the great dragon sword soul, he was extremely powerful. He split the summoned desolate men in half. Ah! The small saint's astral soul was destroyed. Those who block me will die. Lin Xian looked around. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed. He roared and fully activated the 9 yang divine body. The great dragon sword soul swept across. At this moment, everyone trembled in fear. He's too strong. He's as strong as the god of war. Run! These people were no match for him. They quickly retreated. Murong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon, and the others chased after them frantically. In an instant, the surrounding people were utterly defeated. How dare you! At this moment, a roar was heard. A terrifying sword light slashed down from the sky. The desolate sword was extremely powerful. On the other side, a yellow spring diagram appeared. It was also extremely terrifying. The endless yellow spring filled the sky. The sacred venerables attacked. This time, there were many sacred venerables. When they attacked, all the sword chi and phoenix phantoms were sent flying. Lin Xian quickly retreated. Murong Qingqing also kept dodging. 7 colored phoenix wings appeared on her back, increasing her speed to the extreme. Lin Xian even used the void escape technique to dodge the sure kill attack. In the next moment, his face became extremely cold. Up the mountain. Since these saint venerables were here, they could only go up the mountain. There was a world-destroying storm on the mountain that they could activate. Lin Xian and the others quickly rushed up Mount Longhu. More and more holy venerates appeared behind them. Brat, do you think you can still escape here? In an instant, 8 holy venerables appeared in the surroundings. The people of the 3 holy cities all revealed hideous smiles. No matter how heaven-defying the other party was, he wouldn't be able to escape from their clutches. Not good, junior brother Lin is in danger. On the other side, the people from Peerless City also heard the roar and flew over. However, what they saw was an astonishing scene. The 8 Saint Venerables attacked together toward Lin Xian. Damn it, how dare you! Fu Hongxue and the others roared, but it was too late. After all, the other party was a holy venerable. Could Lin Xian block it? Boom! Boom! Suddenly, they saw a terrifying apocalyptic storm blowing up on the mountain. That aura made their hair stand on end. The 8 sacred venerates originally had sinister smiles on their faces. The experts of the sacred city behind them were even more sinister. They had to see the other party's miserable state. However, in the next moment, when the apocalyptic storm blew up, their expressions all changed. Damn it, there was a trap here. How dare this brat trick us? They all went crazy and retreated madly. The 8 sacred venerables tried their best to resist. However, it was useless. They felt that the storm could destroy everything. The experts of the sacred city were instantly reduced to ashes, and the 8 sacred venerables were also severely injured. They were about to be killed. At this moment, a cold shout came from heaven and earth. Then, a palm slapped down and enveloped the 8 sacred venerables. Then, it left with the 8 sacred venerables. The apocalyptic storm. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had already hidden in the great sage tower. However, they could sense that the 8 sacred venerables were not dead. What was going on? After the storm disappeared, they hurriedly investigated. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. Someone could actually escape from the apocalyptic storm. Who was the person who saved the 8 sacred venerables? Wasn't that too heaven-defying? It was probably an existence that surpassed the sacred venerables. Murong Qingqing's face was also cold. The 8 sacred venerables were covered in injuries and had been severely injured. They were still trembling in fear. Thank you, Sacred Lord, for saving us. They bowed respectfully to the void. The Sacred Lord was the Lord of the Sacred City, which was also the Sage King. Lin Xian and the others' expressions were incomparably solemn. The Sage King had actually come personally. It was really unbelievable. Was it just to capture him? Or was there another reason? It should be because of the treasures here. The heavens and earth shattered as a terrifying canyon appeared in the air. The aura emitted from it made everyone feel despair. Above the canyon, a figure sat cross-legged. The desolate aura on his body was extremely terrifying. He was the mansion lord of the great desolate mansion, which was also the Sage King, Desolate Heaven's Sage King. His appearance shocked everyone. Had the true Sage King finally appeared? Buzz! On the other side, another person appeared. It was also a hazy figure. He was wearing the Yellow Springs Tao diagram and was abnormally terrifying. The cold aura on his body swept across the entire world. This was the Sage King of the Yellow Springs Hall, known as the Silver Corpse Sage King. There was a legend about the Silver Corpse Sage King. It was rumored that he was already dead. It was just that the place where he was buried was very special. The corpse was cultivating. He had broken through to become an Earth Sage King. It could be said that it was extremely strange. At this moment, everyone thought that they had been sucked into the Yellow Springs. The Silver Corpse Sage King had a divine sword dripping with blood hanging on his waist. It was the Yellow Springs sword. This sage artifact was the Yellow Springs Hall's divine artifact, which had been passed down for a long time. It was said that the blood on it was left behind by a supreme being. The toad's eyes were about to pop out. The Crimson Dragon was also gnashing its teeth. One Sage King was already very dangerous for them. Now that there were 2 Sage Kings, could they still escape? Even if they had the Great Sage Tower, it would be difficult for them to escape. This was not the end. The void on the other side collapsed again, and a war chariot appeared in the void. The war chariot was incomparably simple. It was a powerful sage artifact. The ones pulling the war chariot were even more extraordinary. There were 8 giant pythons with purple wings and huge bodies. They were like mountains, carrying endless clouds and killing intent. They flipped in the sky. Each of the 8 flying pythons was a holy venerate. Using Sage Kings to pull the war chariot was really a big deal. The person on the war chariot was definitely a Sage King. This was the Sage King of the Thousand Demon City, called the Soaring Sage King. It was said that his original form was a flying mantis, an extremely terrifying mutated beast. There were still 4 people standing beside him, all of them exuding supreme arrogance. They were precisely Lu Qifeng and the others. Chapter 41-41 The three Sage Kings appeared and surrounded Dragon Tiger Mountain. The supreme aura of the Sage Kings circulated between heaven and earth. On the war chariot, LV Qifeng and the others stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. Kid, did you think that you would end up like this? How dare you provoke our grotto heaven? I will let you know what it means to be dead. Their voices were unusually cold. Damn it, what should we do? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. If it doesn't work, I'll use Annihilation Storm multiple times. If that doesn't work, I'll go to the mysterious space at the top of the mountain and meditate there. It's all about cultivation anyway, so it doesn't matter where we are. If Lin Xian really dares to cultivate to become a sage or a Sage King, then come out and kill everyone. How dare a Sage King bully a young junior? Have you all been living like a dog all these years? A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Then, an endless amount of Sage King aura descended. The surrounding people from the three sacred cities were stunned. There's a Sage King? Who is it? It doesn't seem to be one of us. That's too arrogant. Sure enough, the three Sage Kings' faces were cold as their terrifying murderous intent shattered the void in front of them. In front of them, there was an extremely terrifying black vortex that swallowed all the murderous intent in the sky. Then, a group of people descended. The leader was a 16 or 17-year-old young man with delicate features. Behind him were some geniuses and experts. Who is this person? Many people were puzzled. However, there were also some people whose pupils shrank. Unparalleled Sage King. The people from Peerless City are here. Damn it, how did they get in? These people were too shocked. One had to know that the person they captured this time, Lin Xian, was from Peerless City. Logically speaking, anyone could have come, but the people from Peerless City were the least likely to come. But now, the other party had come in. Great, I'm saved. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. His senior brother, Unparalleled Sage King, is here. Even if I can't defeat him this time, I should have no problem leaving. Unparalleled Sage King, this kid killed the people from the grotto heaven. He can't escape death. Even you can't save him. I advise you to leave obediently and not get involved in this matter. Otherwise, you'll easily draw trouble to yourself. Soaring Sky Saint King's cold voice resounded. The other two Saint Kings also had cold expressions. Even if you want to fight, can you defeat the three of us? Is that so? You can try. However, I can guarantee that once we start fighting, apart from the three of you, none of the people you brought along will survive. As soon as he said this, the faces of the other three turned cold. The other party was right. If a Saint King was determined to kill someone, no one would be able to escape. If they continued to fight like this, both sides would suffer great losses. Then what do you want? Sage King Huangtian asked coldly. On the other side, the Silver Corpse Saint King's voice was ice-cold. He killed many of us. Do you think I will let him go so easily? If you don't let him go, more people will die. Peerless Saint King sneered. Moreover, I don't think it's a good idea to start a fight here. You should know what kind of place this is. If we make a move here, I'm afraid that we won't be able to escape unscathed if we trigger any danger. If you want to take revenge, Sure, it won't be too late to take revenge after we get out. Now, I think it's best to discuss how to distribute the treasures in this world. Hearing this, the three of them fell silent. The others were also in an uproar. On the war chariot, LV Qingfeng and the others had cold expressions. Damn it, didn't you say you would attack? Why didn't you attack immediately? Soaring Sky Saint King's face was cold. To be honest, who were these people to dare to shout in front of him? If it wasn't for his identity as a grotto heaven, he would have killed them with a look. At this moment, he said coldly. It was different from what he said before. If the other party didn't have a Saint King, he could just attack. However, if there was a Saint King, the situation would be too complicated. Although the three of us can suppress him, we don't have 100% confidence in killing him. because Peerless Saint King comprehended the law of devour. If we want to kill him, we have to prepare carefully. Now, we don't have any plans to deal with him. How can we kill him? If a Saint King were to escape, no holy city would be able to withstand his revenge. Hearing this, LV Qingfeng and the others had ugly expressions. They gritted their teeth. Damn it, were they going to let that brat continue to be arrogant? He was too despicable. How could that be? Acheron Hall's silver corpse, Saint King said coldly. I'll spare his life for now. Once we get out, I'll kill him without a doubt. Now, let's split the treasures first. We can't go back empty-handed. You don't want this to happen, right? Desolate Sky, Saint King said coldly. LV Qingfeng and the others had ugly expressions. They realized that they were too confident. In their opinion, as long as they showed their identity as Grotto Heaven, even a Saint King would have to be respectful to them. However, that wasn't the case. Before they came in, these people might have been polite to him, but after they came in, their attitudes changed. All of them only wanted to get the treasures and didn't plan to help him take revenge. But what could they say? No matter how noble they were, they couldn't fully mobilize the 3 Saint Kings, let alone give orders. So, they could only nod helplessly. The 3 Saint Kings had a discussion, and Desolate Sky Saint King walked out. Peerless Saint King, we didn't expect you to come in. But I'm sure it's because of us that you can come in. So, you can have 10% of this world. The other 90% will belong to us. 10%? Peerless Saint King laughed. It seems that I haven't shown my strength in all these years, and some people have forgotten how powerful I am. Peerless Saint King's aura burst out, and the black laws spread out in all directions. Suddenly, the entire world darkened. Countless people were shocked. Was this the legendary devouring law? It could devour everything. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian was also shocked. Devouring law. He didn't expect Peerless Saint King to have comprehended the devouring law. One had to know that his master, Lord Alcohol, was the successor of the devouring sword. Perhaps the unparalleled Sacred King's devouring law had been taught to him by Lord Alcohol. Desolate Sky Saint King and the others felt the power of Peerless Saint King's devouring law. His strength had increased again. They were too shocked. What do you want to do? Soaring Sky Saint King asked coldly. Peerless Saint King said, Looks like the 3 of you came in an alliance, so I'll treat you as one force. Peerless City is one force, and we'll have a bet. I've roughly looked around this world. There are many treasures, but there are only 3 places that are important. One is Mount Longhu, and the other is Mount Laming in the distance. The last place is a mysterious valley. These 3 places should be the places where the treasures are. So, do you dare to bet 3 rounds with me? We'll send people to fight 3 rounds, and whoever wins 1 round will choose a place. This is fair. If you lose, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. Chapter 41-42. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. They did not expect Peerless Holy King to make such a suggestion. To be honest, if the 3 holy cities worked together, would they be weaker than Peerless Holy King? Even if it was a one-on-one battle, they would have more geniuses on their side. Where did he get his confidence from? Why? You don't dare? Peerless Holy King spoke again. The 3 Saint Kings on the other side quickly discussed among themselves. What the hell was this guy doing? Could it be that he thought he could win? Let's compete with him. Could it be that we can't suppress him? The 3 holy kings discussed and felt that it was a good idea. After all, if they really fought, they would suffer heavy losses. They might as well use a one-on-one battle. All right, we agree. The 3 holy kings sneered. The people from Peerless City were also very nervous. Peerless Holy King was indeed very calm. At that moment, Lin Xian also rushed up from below. He wondered how confident Holy King was. To be honest, peerless Holy King was very confident in winning all 3 battles. However, if they won all 3 battles, they would probably vomit blood. So, they planned to only win 2 battles. Was that so? Lin Xian also smiled. It seemed that his senior brother was very confident. He said telepathically, "I've already entered Dragon Tiger Mountain and brought out all the things inside. There were also some things that could not be brought out. They probably would not be able to get them even if they went in." Peerless Holy King's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Xian's telepathic message. Great, then he would give Dragon Tiger Mountain to them. Lin Xian guessed that Dragon Tiger Mountain could only be entered if one had the purest blood of the dragon tribe or the terrifying inheritance of the tiger tribe. Otherwise, others would not be able to enter by force. If they did not enter, Lin Xian might be worried when he saw the Holy Kings. However, after entering and thinking about the legend of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Xian guessed that if the method was wrong, even the Sage Kings could not enter. They could only watch helplessly. Therefore, there was no need for them to explore Dragon Tiger Mountain. They would take down the other 2 important places and think of a way to enter. All right, are you done discussing? Who will you send for the first stop? Holy King Yellow Sky asked coldly. They had also discussed and decided to bid for a sacred venerable. How could they possibly lose such a crucial battle? The Great Desolation Mansion sent out a representative. His name was Will Saint Sovereign. The man was carrying a lot of bags. The aura of desolation pervaded the air, making one's scalp go numb. After she walked out, she looked ahead and sneered. "Chui Xue, go ahead," Peerless Saint King said calmly. "That's right." Linghu Chui Xue also walked out. The chief disciple of the first generation? Murong Qingqing and the others were shocked. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. That was because they could sense that the Samsara Sage Venerate was extremely powerful. They even guessed that it might be a late-stage Holy Venerate. Would senior brother Linghu be able to go up? The people on the other side were also stunned. Didn't they send an elder? Although Linghu Chuixue was the head disciple of the first generation and the personal disciple of the Sage King, he was still a disciple of the Sage King. But they were disciples after all. Logically speaking, such a terrifying battle should have involved some extremely terrifying elders. It seemed like Wushuang City had no one else. The people from the 3 holy cities sneered. Linghu Chuixue walked out. When he came out, his expression was calm without the slightest ripple. Opposite him, the reincarnation Saint Sovereign walked out with a cold smile on his face. "Kid, you're no match for me. Admit defeat obediently. I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Having said that, he snorted coldly. The aura of desolation burst out from his body. Boundless laws spread out, shattering the heavens and earth. When the surrounding people felt this power, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. So powerful. He was indeed a late-stage Holy Venerate. The 3 Holy Kings smirked. The Samsara Sage Venerate was not only a late-stage Holy Venerate with terrifying strength, but more importantly, his bloodline talent. He was from the Great Desolation Mansion. The Great Desolation Mansion's secret technique, Desolation Summoning, could summon people from the Desolation Canyon to assist in battle. Ordinary people could summon 3 or 4. However, the Samsara Sage Venerate could summon 6. Moreover, all 6 of them were Holy Venerates. It was equivalent to 7 against 1. No one below the Holy King realm could contend against them. Linghu Chuixue was dead for sure this time. They were not worried at all. They were already considering which of the 3 great treasure lands they should choose. The Crimson Dragon and the others gasped when they felt the aura. Lin Xian frowned. This was not the first time he had fought with the Great Desolation Mansion. He knew that their trump card was their ability to summon desolate figures. He had encountered them before. They were extremely dangerous. If this Samsara Sage Venerate could summon a few Holy Venerates, Linghu Chuixue would not stand a chance. "Humph!" Linghu Chuixue snorted coldly and drew his sword. There was still no biting cold aura coming from him. No one could guess what cultivation realm he was at. What top disciple? In my opinion, you're just SOSO. Even if you want to show off your strength before the younger generation, you don't have the right to behave atrociously before me. The Samsara sage venerate sneered disdainfully. He walked forward and raised his right hand. Then, he casually slapped down. He wanted to defeat his opponent in the most relaxed manner possible. Holy shit! Was the gap between them too big? The toad and the others screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. Ling Huchuixue did not get angry when he saw this. He slashed forward with his sword. There was no sword aura coming from his sword. It was just a stab. Sigh. How pitifully stupid. How could an ant compete with a true dragon? The Samsara sage venerate's face became even more disdainful. However, what happened in the next moment was beyond everyone's imagination. So much so that everyone was stunned. Ling Huchuixue's sword had cut off one of the Samsara sage venerate's arms. Blood splattered everywhere. The Samsara sage venerate was sent flying. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Impossible! The people from the 3 great holy cities opened their eyes wide. The toad and the others were also stunned. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ling Huchuixue's sword technique was very unique. It was different from ordinary sword techniques. He had been too worried before. Only the unparalleled Sage King had a confident smile on his face. Ling Huchuixue was his top disciple. He was so strong that those idiots would not even know how they died. Damn it! The Samsara sage venerate's expression turned incomparably ugly. He had never imagined that he would suffer a loss at the hands of his opponent. Furthermore, one of his arms had been cut off. Damn it! He was a late-stage sage venerate. How powerful was he? He could not tolerate this. Chapter 41-43. Lad, you have angered me. I wanted you to suffer less, but I don't have the chance to do so now. I will use my strongest means to kill you. He was enraged. Therefore, he continued to form seals. The pouches on his back bulged as though they were connected to different worlds. At the same time, a terrifying barren world appeared behind him. The 6 pouches expanded abnormally, and 6 figures crawled out from them. Crack! 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 Their bodies were deformed at first, as though they were being squeezed by space. However, when they crawled out, their bones started to make cracking sounds. The vitality of the 6 of them quickly combined. The auras on their bodies also erupted. Sacred sovereigns. All 6 of them were sacred sovereigns. The scene shocked everyone. The secret skill of the great desolate mansion was too terrifying. How could they fight 6 sacred sovereigns at once? Moreover, the 6 sacred sovereigns were at the middle stage, and one of them was about to reach the late stage. They were too strong. In addition to the strength of the reincarnation sacred sovereign, 7 against 1 was a sure kill situation. Ha ha! The desolate heaven's sacred sovereign laughed proudly. The people from the other 3 sacred cities heaved a sigh of relief. They were worried when they saw the reincarnation sacred sovereign had lost an arm. Would he fail miserably? It seemed like there would be no problem now. It appeared. Lin Xian and the others looked solemn. The people from Wushuang City were also worried. Only the Wushuang sacred sovereign was still smiling. Ling Huchuixue's eyes flickered when he saw the scene. Is he going to use his trump card now? Alright then, I'll play with you for a bit. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The long sword in his hand started to vibrate violently. He was not using the Wushuang sacred sword, but a metal sword with rust on it. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Previously, he had cut off the reincarnation sacred sovereign's arm, which showed how powerful he was. However, so what if he was powerful? Could he take on 7 of them at once? Obviously, he could not. It's useless. Stop struggling. The reincarnation sacred sovereign sneered. Since you dared to cut off my arm, I will make you wish you were dead. Go! He formed seals with his hands, and the broken arm was reattached. At the same time, the 6 sacred sovereigns in front of him made their move. In an instant they attacked from different directions. The reincarnation sage sovereign did the same. He strode forward. This time, he would not give the other party a chance. 1. In the face of 7 terrifying figures, Lin Fan was stunned. Ling Huchuishua struck out with his sword. Beheading light. At the same time, his voice was heard. Everyone was puzzled. Just as they were wondering what this meant, they suddenly realized that their vision had turned dark. It seemed that the sky had turned dark. Damn it, what's going on? Many people screamed in fear. In an instant, their bodies erupted with light, wanting to light up. However, he found that he couldn't do it at all. The surroundings were pitch black. Even Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing felt their vision darken. It felt as if they had arrived at a mysterious space at the top of a mountain. The Crimson Dragon and the others also tried, but found that they couldn't light up their bodies either. Were they being suppressed? What kind of sword technique was this? It was Senior Brother's sword technique. Fu Hongye exclaimed. Everyone looked over, but they couldn't see anything at all. It was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. The 3 sacred venerables on the other side also frowned. They tried for a while and were surprised. Something was wrong. It wasn't that they couldn't use the light, but that they couldn't see it. The 3 sacred kings instantly changed their minds. An extremely terrifying light erupted from their eyes, and the laws on their bodies surged out as if they had broken some kind of barrier. In the next moment, they saw that their surroundings were incomparably bright, as if thousands of suns were shining together. In order to avoid the darkness, the surrounding sages all frantically channeled their power. However, other than the sacred kings, no one else could see it. 1. Lin Xian channeled his heavenly secret divine eyes, and mysterious patterns appeared in his golden eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to have broken some kind of restriction. In the next moment, he saw the same scene. The surrounding light was really too bright, causing him to squint his eyes. However, he found that Murong Qingqing and the others were still a little flustered, as if they couldn't see the light at all. He grabbed Qingqing's hand and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Murong Qingqing and the others. "Don't use your power anymore. The light on your bodies is already very strong. You can't see it because this sword technique has deprived you of your vision." Deprived of vision? Murong Qingqing and the others gasped. The Crimson Dragon and the others were also stunned. It turned out that they couldn't see. What a terrifying sword technique. As expected, the 6 sacred venerables and the Samsara sacred venerables also stopped. In front of them was also pitch black. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't see anything. Dazzling light? Do you think we can't find you in the darkness? They were sacred venerables. Even without their eyes, they could still clearly see everything. Sure enough, in the next moment, they identified the direction again and charged out in the darkness. Their target was Linghuchuishue. Linghuchuishue's second sword fell. The sound of slashing. Whoosh. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. All sound was gone. It was eerily quiet. Everyone found that they couldn't even hear the sound of their own hearts. It was as if they had been thrown into an endless void. What was going on? One by one, they screamed in horror. Lin Xian's heart was also beating wildly. He found that he couldn't hear anything. He could only see the crazy looks on the faces of the people around him. The first sword took away their vision. The second sword took away their sound. Wouldn't that make them useless? They wouldn't even know that someone was attacking them, let alone find their target. Lin Xian didn't try to resolve it. It was a silent world. This was the first time he had seen such a sword technique. He wanted to experience it seriously. He knew that this should be Linghuchuishue's ultimate skill. Not only was it related to sword techniques, but it was also related to the laws. As expected of the first disciple of Wushuang City. He was really powerful. Previously, he had seen Hong Yi fight. Hong Yi could use many laws. Hong Ye's single move had terrified countless people. Now, it seemed that Ling Huchuishua was stronger. No wonder the Wushuang's sacred venerables wanted him to fight. Damn it! The Samsara sacred venerables couldn't hear anything. He had been robbed of his vision and hearing. Damn it, they were using their souls to search for him. The Samsara sacred venerables used their souls crazily, covering the sky and earth. The 6 sacred venerables were doing the same. They were completely under the command of the Samsara sacred venerables. The soul was a very special thing. It had a special frequency that included sight and hearing. However, it was different from sight and sound. Now that everyone couldn't see or hear, they could feel that there was someone in front of them. It was a very strange feeling. However, in the next moment, they couldn't even feel Ling Huchuishue. What was going on? Did he disappear? Chapter 41-44. These people were terrified. In the endless darkness, there was no sound, and the other party had disappeared. At this moment, they felt like they were about to die. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. This was because he realized that Ling Huchuishue was slashing at him. He could not hear what Ling Huchuishue was saying because his hearing had been cut off. Only the 4 sage kings could hear it. This sword was called Sky Slashing. It slashed at him, isolating him from everything. Even his soul could not detect it. It's over. The sage venerables' faces turned ugly. The Chakravarti sage venerables would be in a very passive position. Wushuang's sage king smiled. They had won this battle. Indeed, after Ling Huchuishue slashed at him, it was as if he did not exist. He walked forward. He arrived in front of the Chakravarti sage venerables. However, the Chakravarti sage venerables did not notice him at all. He was still attacking his surroundings. Lin Xian could not hear it. His soul could not detect it. However, he could see it. Looking at this strange scene, his scalp went numb. In the next moment, he saw Ling Huchuishue raising his sword again. Body slashing. Poof! With one slash, the Chakravarti sage venerable's body was split into 2. However, no one could hear or see it. In fact, they did not even know what had happened. The faces of the 3 saint kings turned extremely ugly. Huangtian sage king waved his hand and broke the barrier, saving the Chakravarti sage venerables. Wushuang's sage king also created a devouring vortex that floated above Ling Huchuishue's head. He asked, "Why? Are you trying to force your way in?" As the 2 sage kings made their moves, the endless darkness and silent world shattered. Everyone regained their sight and hearing. They were frightened. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all dumbfounded. The Chakravarti sage venerables had been slashed into 2. Moreover, the sage kings had come to his rescue. Oh heavens, what had happened just now? Huangtian sage king's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "You guys have won this battle." There was no helping it. If the battle had continued, the Chakravarti sage venerables would have died. Everyone's scalps went numb. They had actually been defeated in this battle. Damn it, how is this possible? The people from the 3 great sacred cities went crazy. They had never thought that this would happen, but the people from Peerless City were cheering. That's great. They had actually won. It was too inconceivable. Toad and the others felt like they were in a dream. Even Lin Xian was incomparably shocked. Ling Huchuishue put his iron sword back into its scabbard and cupped his fist as he spoke. "Thank you for letting me win." With that, he turned around and walked back to Peerless Sage King's side. "Well done." Wushuang Holy King patted him on the back and looked around. Lu Xiang smiled. "Tell me, which treasure should we choose?" When these words came out, the bodies of the 3 saint kings opposite him trembled, and their expressions became incomparably ugly. Damn it! He actually wanted the other party to choose first. They swore that in the next 2 battles, they would not lose even a single time. Lin Xian had already investigated Mount Lunghu, and it was said that only those with terrifying bloodlines and souls of the dragon and tiger tribes could enter. Therefore, they could not enter, and there was no need for them to enter. Peerless Sage King looked at Mount Thunder and the mysterious valley in the distance. He had not seen through the valley yet, so he decided to choose Mount Thunder first. He said, "All right, we'll choose Mount Thunder." On the opposite side, the 3 Saint Kings snorted coldly and did not say anything. Peerless Sage King said, "Then we'll investigate Mount Thunder first." He created a clone and brought Lin Xian and the others to fly into the distance. Meanwhile, his original body remained here. He had to watch over the 3 saint cities. Otherwise, what would they do if these people were to cause trouble? Mount Thunder was different from Mount Lunghu. Mount Lunghu looked calm on the surface, but there was a terrifying pressure pressing down on them. However, if they did not trigger the final apocalyptic storm, their lives would not be in great danger. However, Mount Thunder was different. There were signs of destruction everywhere. Even getting close to it would make one feel extremely uncomfortable, let alone stepping on it. Those who were slightly weaker would be courting death. Such a violent aura. It was suitable for refining weapons and cultivating the law of lightning. All right, all of you go ahead and try. Refining weapons and cultivating the law of lightning here would be 10 times faster than outside. Take advantage of this opportunity. Lin Xian and the others' eyes lit up. This was equivalent to shortening their cultivation time by a few hundred years. It was simply something that could only be found by chance. Ling Huchuixue and the others were also tempted. These people did not hesitate and rushed up Mount Thunder. Suddenly, endless lightning erupted from Mount Thunder and descended. For a moment, all kinds of wails were heard. However, these people were all experts. Although they were struck by lightning, they could withstand it. Let's spread out. Otherwise, we'll be too big of a target, Ling Huchuixue said. Everyone spread out, and Lin Xian and the others rushed up from a mountain path. No matter what magical treasures you have, hurry up and take them out for cultivation. As Lin Xian spoke, he took out quite a number of items for cultivation. Murong Qing Qing, Crimson Dragon, and the toad did not hold back. Even Whitey jumped in, gritting its teeth. However, they knew that this was a great opportunity. On the other side, Ling Huchuixue, Fu Hongye, and the elders were also attacking with all their might. Even Peerless Holy King's clone narrowed his eyes. He formed a seal with his palms, forming a devouring vortex above Mount Thunder, and began to absorb the power of Mount Thunder. At the same time, a vortex also appeared above Peerless Holy King's body in the distance. Endless lightning fell from it, enveloping him. It was terrifying. The people of the 3 holy cities retreated. The aura of the lightning terrified them. At the same time, they were extremely envious. This was a cultivation speed that was dozens of times faster and shortened by a few hundred years. Just like that, they could only watch in front of their eyes. The 3 holy kings gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. There were still 2 more treasured lands that they had to conquer. This vortex was really terrifying. It directly transferred the lightning of Mount Thunder far away, allowing Peerless Holy King's body to cultivate. He even took out the Peerless Holy Sword and began to refine it. Lin Xian did not use any laws. Instead, he walked directly in the sea of lightning. When the lightning struck his body, it made a loud clanging sound. He was also multitasking, creating multiple doppelgangers. Some of them were specifically looking at the holy weapon and refining it. Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear and began to refine it. Another doppelganger took out the Great Holy Tower and began to collect the aura of the destructive lightning. This was because this was one of the materials to create the Destruction Sword Tomb. The Destruction Sword Tomb required special metals, as well as violent and destructive aura. Now, the lightning of Mount Thunder was a violent force. Following this, he only needed to find some special materials to refine the Destruction Sword Tomb. It was not over yet. Lin Xian even let the great dragon sword soul go deep into Mount Thunder to absorb the energy. Every time the great dragon sword soul leveled up, the energy it needed was much more than before. It was more than 10 times. Lin Xian felt like it was a bottomless pit. So now that there was such violent lightning energy, how could he let it go? He sat there, letting the sea of lightning refine his body while he comprehended the laws of lightning. Chapter 41-45. The people from the 3 Holy Lands gnashed their teeth in anger as they watched the events unfold. Soaring Sky Sage King snorted. It had been a few days. How long were they going to take? He was really pissed. Peerless Sage King said that it would take at least a decade or so. Damn it, do you want to die? Desolate Sky Sage King roared. Silver Corpse Sage King also looked unfriendly. A decade or so? What a joke. They did not have the time to wait. 3 months at most. All right, 3 months it was. Peerless Sage King nodded. They continued to cultivate. After more than a month, Peerless Sage King was shocked. Oh my heavens, who is this? He's so terrifying. His devouring law was already very fast when it came to devouring lightning. However, he realized that there was someone in Thunder Rolling Mountain who was even faster than him. That person had devoured more lightning than him. Was he not afraid of dying? After probing for a bit, he revealed a bitter smile. It turned out that he had found out that it was Lin Xian. To be exact, it was Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Soul. The Dragon Sword Soul was like a bottomless pit. Its speed shocked Peerless Sage King. However, Peerless Sage King knew about the existence of the Dragon Sword Soul. That was why he exclaimed. It was indeed a legendary offensive saint technique, one of the 5 swords of the world. It was not easy to support it. As expected, Thunder Rolling Mountain could not take it anymore. It did not take 3 months, but 2 months and 3 days. Thunder Rolling Mountain exploded with a burst of energy, sending everyone flying. What was going on? The elders of Peerless City screamed. Fu Hongye, Ling Huchueshue, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also very confused. Damn it! Toad and Crimson Dragon screamed. Only Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. The great dragon sword spirit had already returned to his body. The aura on it was much more violent than before. This showed that his strength had increased a lot. However, he felt that the Dragon Sword Soul had devoured too much lightning, so much so that Thunder Rolling Mountain could not take it anymore. This was a world left behind by a supreme being 80,000 years ago. Thunder Rolling Mountain must be an incredible place. Even so, it could not withstand it. I don't know. If the great Dragon Sword Soul was allowed to absorb limitless amounts of energy, how terrifying would it become? It would probably suck the entire Thunder Rolling Mountain dry. In the distance, the people from the 3 holy cities were also stunned. Was it over? They didn't know what the reason was, but it would be great if it could end early. Let the second battle begin. They could not wait any longer. He would never allow the other party to be complacent again. This time, the 3 Saint Kings had already discussed. They wanted Peerless City to send people first. They already had many countermeasures. No matter who Peerless City sent this time, they would be able to contend against them. Lin Xian and the others had also returned. Master, what should we do next? Ling Huchueshue asked. That's right. Those elders are also discussing spiritedly. Why don't we let Hongyi go up? Or should I say, us old fellows go up and fight? Said Saint Wushuang. He wasn't in a hurry, he looked at the people in front of him. Ling Huchueshue and the others turned around and saw that the people from the 3 holy cities were gnashing their teeth. This was especially true for the 3 great Saint Kings, whose eyes were all filled with a sharp glint. They knew that the next battle would definitely be more difficult and dangerous. Saint Wushuang said, I guess they have been thinking about who to send for the battle for the past 2 months. So, I'm afraid they have already prepared a foolproof plan for us. So, I'm going to make a risky move this time. It's also a good move. It seemed that the Saint King had already made his decision. Who should they send? Asked the elders from Peerless City. Saint Wushuang smiled and looked at Lin Xian, patting his shoulder. You'll be the one to fight this time. What? Lin Xian was stunned. Ling Huchuishira was also stunned. Even those elders were stunned. Saint King, this was not a game. Although Lin Xian was a young genius and his future was limitless, he was still young. If he were to fight, the other party would send a powerful Saint King. There was no chance of winning. As expected, even Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He said, I'm not suitable. Saint Wushuang shook his head. You're the most suitable. Because as long as you fight, those terrifying Saint Kings will not have a chance to attack. As soon as he said that, the crowd started discussing. Lin Xian was also stunned. But in the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. Are you talking about the people from the Grotto Heaven? That's right. Saint Wushuang nodded. Those people from the Grotto Heaven are gnashing their teeth at you. In order to kill you, they didn't even hesitate to expose this small world and let the other saint cities have a share of the pie. You can imagine how strong their killing intent is. If you fight now, those people from the Grotto Heaven will definitely attack. At that time, the 3 saint cities won't have a chance to attack. No matter how powerful those people are, they have not become Saint Kings. You're not confident in fighting them? As soon as he said that, the crowd's eyes lit up. He was confident. He was too confident. Even if the people from the Grotto Heaven had an extraordinary background and had many cards in their hands, it was still better than facing a group of Saint Kings. In this way, their chances of winning would be much higher. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, Sure. At this moment, Saint Huang Tian walked out and said coldly, All right, hurry up and decide. Who are you going to send this time? Saint Wushuang said indifferently after he had decided. Then, he patted Lin Xian's shoulder. This time, it's up to you to take down that mysterious valley. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked forward. Wushuang City, Lin Xian, I'm here to spar with you. I wonder who will be fighting with me? The surroundings became silent in an instant. But soon, they started screaming crazily. What? Lin Woody? What a joke! Is Wushuang City crazy? Could it be that they're plotting something? That's impossible. This guy is plotting something. So what? Could it be that he has a Saint King weapon? Damn it, he has one, but we don't? Screams and discussions could be heard. The 3 Saint Kings were also stunned. But soon they sneered. It seemed that Wushuang City had become arrogant after the previous battle. This time, they were courting death. Are you sure? Saint Fei Tian asked with a smile. Of course, he was sure. Lin Xian said in a sonorous voice. He said that since he was here, he couldn't go back on his words. He didn't expect to win this battle so easily. Saint Fei Tian smiled. The other 2 Saint Kings were the same. They didn't have to be nervous facing their opponent. Any Saint King could probably kill him easily. But before they could say anything, a ray of light flew out from the war chariot and charged into the battlefield. Kid, I'm here to kill you! Damn, what's going on? The 3 Saint Kings were stunned. The people from the 3 Saint cities were also stunned. Who the hell is that? How dare he charge into the battlefield at this time? Isn't he courting death? But when they saw that it was LV Qingfeng who charged into the battlefield, they were all shocked. The 3 Saint Kings' faces darkened. Chapter 41-46. Young Master Lu, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Soaring Sage King said coldly. LV Qingfeng said, I want to kill him with my own hands. This is my only chance. The inaction of the 3 holy cities had made LV Qingfeng and the others realize that they wanted to order the 3 holy cities around. It was impossible. They might not even be able to kill him. Moreover, they were inviting a wolf into their house. But now, this Lin Xian actually didn't know what was good for him, and jumped out of his own accord. This was his best chance to kill him. Although Lin Xian had killed one of their people last time, it was done by the world annihilation wind and not his true strength. Now that they were not fighting on Dragon Tiger Mountain, he did not believe that he could not kill Lin Xian with his own strength. After all, he was a genius from the Grotto Heaven. The 3 sage kings' faces were cold, and they wanted to say something. LV Qingfeng said, "Seniors, don't you believe me? Are you doubting the strength of the Grotto Heaven?" The 3 sage kings frowned even more. Soaring Sage King smiled and said, "Why would we doubt the Grotto Heaven? It was just that this matter was too important. You should have at least discussed it with us before this." Desolate Sage King said coldly. Peerless Sage King smiled and said, "Why? You've already decided. Do you want to go back on your words? You don't have a chance." The battle could only be between the 2 of them. Otherwise, it would be considered as your side admitting defeat. Damn it! The 3 sage kings gritted their teeth. LV Qingfeng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't lose. I'll kill him with my own hands. Next, you guys just have to watch me and see how strong the Grotto Heaven is." At this point, Lu Qingfeng no longer paid any attention to the 3 great saint rulers. Instead, he turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, I'll make you despair." After saying that, a shocking great Tao Law burst out from his body. A terrifying aura swept across the land. Feeling the fluctuation of the great Tao Law, the surrounding people's faces changed drastically. Peak of the small saint realm. He was very close to a sacred venerable. This is the genius of the Grotto Heaven? He did not look strong, but he was even stronger than the top geniuses of the sage cities. You set a trap for us on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Do you really think I'm weaker than you? Today, I will let you die knowing why. After displaying his powerful strength, LV Qingfeng also became incomparably confident. In the distance, Murong Qingqing frowned. He had to admit that the people from the paradise were extremely strong. They were not to be underestimated. Humph! A Grotto Heaven expert? Very well, let me have a taste of it. Lin Xian was the same. Boundless golden light blossomed from his body. At the same time, the 9 suns' divine flame in his hand turned into a law and pulsated violently. Boom! Lin Xian turned into a streak of red light and rushed out. What incredible speed! The people of the sacred city screamed. Lu Qingfeng's pupils constricted. His opponent was stronger than he had imagined. But so what? The other party's cultivation was much lower than hers. Killing the other party was as easy as flipping his hand. He formed a seal with his palm. He raised his right hand high, and boundless laws condensed and fell directly. Tianqiang seal. This was a powerful mystique. His palm seemed to have fused with the sky, and the power was limitless. When the palm fell, the sky directly covered it. The terrifying power it contained caused some of the experts in the holy city to suck in a breath of cold air. Was this the power of a Grotto Heaven expert? It was too terrifying. They felt that this mystique was even more exquisite than the one in the sacred city. What kind of existence was the Grotto Heaven? Was it above the sacred city? The surrounding saints and experts were puzzled. Even Ling Huchuishue and the others did not understand. Perhaps the only ones who knew about the existence of the Grotto Heaven were the sacred kings. The 3 sacred kings' faces were cold, but their expressions eased a lot. They had to admit that the power that LV Qingfeng had displayed so far surprised them. It also made them breathe a sigh of relief. With such power, it should not be a problem to kill Lin Wudi. Only Peerless Sacred King frowned slightly. He whispered to himself, "Is the Grotto Heaven here again?" However, this time, these people appeared much earlier than expected. Boom! Facing the Tianqiang seal, Lin Xian's nerves were also incomparably solemn. Naturally, he could feel how terrifying this attack was. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. With a roar, he waved his fist, and it turned into countless suns, shooting straight into the sky. Boom! Boom! The two collided, and the sky trembled, and the suns exploded. A berserk law and power swept out in all directions. Boom! Boom! It was as if a sacred king was about to destroy the world. Countless people stared at it. Under everyone's gaze, a figure retreated. It was Lin Woody. He was actually pushed back. That's great. He was no match for the grotto heaven. Countless screams sounded. Sure enough, the one who retreated was Lin Xian. He was only pushed back by the force, but he was not injured. However, it was already very unbelievable to the crowd. Someone among the young people had finally suppressed Lin Woody? In the sky. LV Qingfeng stood there, raising his hand to the sky, and revealed a sinister smile. I have to say, you really surprised me. I originally thought that this move would be able to smash you into pieces, but I didn't expect that I would only be pushed back. Indeed, he was too surprised. One should know that he was a peak minor saint, which was even more terrifying than a late minor saint, while his opponent was only a mid-minor saint. There was a difference of 2 realms between them, which was at least 1,000 years of cultivation gap. However, his opponent was only pushed back and was not injured. This made him a little surprised. However, so what? That attack earlier should have been the full strength of the other party's attack. And he was just testing the waters just now, so it would be easy for him to kill his opponent next. Not bad, you have some strength. To be able to push me back, you are indeed a peak minor saint. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He revealed a smile. You have successfully aroused my interest. You are courting death, yet you still dare to boast like this. Let me send you on your way. LV Qifeng smiled. He was a genius of the grotto heaven. With his current strength, he did not believe that anyone below the saint realm could defeat him. All right, it's all over. Go to hell and kowtow to my companions and admit your wrongdoings. LV Qifeng raised his hand again and merged with the sky. This time, the power was stronger than before. Obviously, he did not use his full strength before. This scene once again made the surrounding experts of the sacred city scream. He's too strong. He was so strong that it was beyond their expectations. Now, they were eager to know what kind of place the grotto heaven was. Die! Tian Qiong's gigantic palms slapped down once more. The terrifying laws annihilated Lin Xian completely. Buzz. Facing an even more violent attack, Lin Xian took a deep breath, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. At the same time, countless sword chi appeared in his hand, and the law of swords spread out in all directions. The sun sword was formed by him. Chapter 41-47 The terrifying sun sword light shot into the sky and collided with the firmament hand again. This time, the storm was even more terrifying. The time it lasted was also longer than before. However, the situation this time was different. The firmament hand pressed down, and the surroundings were gloomy and dark, making it impossible to see the light. However, this time, the firmament hand was split open, and a dazzling golden light shone brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire world. Boom! 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 Not good! Was it broken? The people of Sacred City were shocked. Murong Qingqing and the others smiled. In the sky, the firmament hand was indeed pierced, and the crack was getting bigger and bigger. The remaining biting cold aura on it could not be healed in a short time. Blood dripped down from the sky. The palm was directly shattered. Was it broken? Countless screams sounded, and on the war chariot, the expressions of the other 3 figures from the grotto heaven also changed. That was impossible. They knew LV Qingfeng's strength. How could that kid hurt LV Qingfeng? The people from the Grotto Heaven were not that strong. If there were no other means, then I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. On the opposite side, endless laws filled the air, and a figure appeared. LV Qingfeng's face became extremely gloomy. He really did not expect that the other party could break his firmament handprint. Kid, don't be so smug. I guess you must have used a secret technique. How long can you last in this state? I was just careless just now. I will definitely not be hurt again. And you will be trampled under my feet. The aura on LV Qingfeng's body surged more and more, and his palms kept forming seals. It seems that you are also a fire elemental martial artist. Today, I will show you what a real divine fire is. Sun God Fist. A scorching hot law surged from his body and swept between heaven and earth. Then, the shadow of a sun seemed to appear behind him. It burned fiercely. The light and flames were so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Oh heavens, the Sun God Fist! Was this the Grotto Heaven's ultimate technique? The people of Sacred City screamed in horror. The people of Peerless City also changed their expressions. Oh no, they felt the terrifying aura on the superpower. Sun God Fist. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. It was very similar to his 9 sons' divine fist. It was also incomparably violent and scorching hot. His opponent actually knew such a divine ability as well? He had to admit that this was beyond his expectations. Was this the strength of a Grotto Heaven? No wonder he dared to say that he was above the holy city. He sneered. The 9 yang divine fire on Lin Xian's body jumped. Very well. Let's see if your Sun God Fist is stronger or if my 9 yang divine fist is stronger. Divine fire and precepts bloomed with radiance. The 9 yang divine body was displayed to the extreme. Lin Xian was like a golden god of war, illuminating the world. It was useless. How could a firefly compete with the bright moon? In the sky, Lu Qingfeng sneered. He waved his fist and smashed down with the sun. Boundless sunlight shone down, piercing through heaven and earth. It was so strong that it had even surpassed the limit of a little saint. 1. Below them, Lin Xian was also swinging his fists. His fists were wide open and had the power to destroy the world. Boom! Their divine abilities finally collided in the sky. Both of them had the power of the purest yang. The sky was torn apart like a painting. Endless space cracks danced wildly between heaven and earth. The people in the distance all retreated. They raised their heads, their faces full of shock. Was it really just a fight between 2 young little saints? I'm afraid that even the top little saints of the older generation would die without a doubt. Boom! Boom! In just a blink of an eye, after the first exchange, the two collided thousands of times. The sky was completely destroyed. Their strength was too strong, and their speed was very fast. Both of them were evenly matched. The people of the 3 holy cities were shocked. It was really incredible that there was someone among the young people who could fight Lin Wudi in close combat. The Sun God Fist was indeed terrifying. On the other side, on the chariot, the 3 people of the Grotto Heaven were also shocked. This was impossible. Once their Grotto Heaven's divine ability was used, they could easily beat the people of the Star Boundary. However, he found that Lu Qingfeng couldn't do anything to the other party at all. Damn it, this kid has grown to such an extent? The Saint Venerables of the 3 holy cities looked gloomy. Even the 3 Saint Kings had a trace of killing intent in their eyes. If this person wasn't eliminated, he would be a big trouble in the future. On the other hand, Fu Hongye of Wushuang City looked at this scene and laughed. Junior brother Lin's strength is much stronger than the last time I saw him. It seems that he has been advancing by leaps and bounds these days. At this rate, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. The elders of Wushuang City were also a little worried. Not bad, I didn't expect your Sun God Fist to be so powerful. There are not many who can fight with me in close combat. Lin Xian said with a smile while waving his fist. On the other hand, Lu Qingfeng was really mad. Did he need the other party's approval? What a joke! Kid, don't be so arrogant. The effect of your drug has arrived. You can't be so strong forever. However, after another 10,000 moves, he found that it was useless. His opponent was still incomparably strong. Damn it! The sun shone in the sky. He soared into the sky and launched his divine ability. The phantom of the sun behind him suddenly burst into light, becoming incomparably bright. Ah! My eyes! Someone from the holy city below screamed miserably, his eyes bleeding. The other people also had their eyes hurt. Damn it! Obviously, the other party had used a divine ability. This was not an ordinary light, but a light that could interfere with one's vision. Even holy venerables had to temporarily avoid the light at this moment. Only holy kings were unaffected. Lin Xian also closed his eyes. Ha ha, die! Seeing this scene, Lu Qingfeng laughed sinisterly. His fists were like two small suns as they fiercely smashed onto Lin Xian's body. With a bang, heaven and earth exploded. It was over. On the side of the three holy cities, some of the top holy venerables smiled. They were powerful and could see through the light. At this moment, they saw Lin Xian being hit by such a terrifying attack. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Really? That's great. The people of the three holy cities still had their eyes closed. However, when they heard their elders say that, they knew that this battle was over. No way, right? Did Lin Xian lose? The people of Wushuang City were shocked. Wushuang Holy King smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not over yet." As his voice fell, between heaven and earth, a ray of light streaked across. Lin Xian appeared in another place. His strength is not bad, but it's impossible for him to kill me. What, he didn't die? He dodged. Lu Qingfeng was stunned, the smile on his face was firm. On the war chariot, the three geniuses of the Grotto Heaven also screamed. Impossible! When did he dodge? Why didn't they know? Chapter 41-48. Next, you'll have a taste of my fist. 9 suns opened the sky. Lin Xian roared angrily. He waved his right fist and punched out. Turning into a stream of light, he tore open the void that was all over the sky. He instantly arrived in front of the other party and punched him. Boom! The sound of the ground shaking could be heard, and the entire world shook. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a figure was sent flying backward. Endless cracks appeared on Lv Qingfeng's body. His arms became twisted and were directly broken. Not only that, when he was retreating, he exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Ah! A miserable cry was heard, and everyone could not believe it. Injured, Lv Qingfeng was actually injured. That was someone from the Grotto Heaven. The 3 young people on the war chariot should have screamed. They seemed to be having a nightmare. What kind of fist technique did the other party use? Buzz! Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged out again. He waved the 9 suns' divine fist again. This time, he punched out millions of fist shadows and enveloped the other party. Boom! 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 Lv Qingfeng was blasted into the ground. The ground was shattered, forming a bottomless pit. The people from the 3 holy cities were staring with their eyes almost popping out. Did he kill him directly? This kid killed someone from the Grotto Heaven. They could not believe it. The people from Peerless City were also stunned. It was not a problem to defeat the Grotto Heaven, but to kill the Grotto Heaven, there would probably be a storm coming. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It should be settled, right? However, when he was about to turn around and leave, he frowned slightly. In the next moment, he turned his head. Golden light bloomed in his eyes as he stared at the abyss below. He's not dead yet? The three holy kings also snorted coldly, and their gloomy expressions eased a little. A sinister voice sounded between heaven and earth. Kid, you're the first to force me to this point. I've decided that I won't kill you. I'll capture you and bring you back. I'll torture you every moment. Along with these vicious words, an endless storm blew in the abyss below. The resplendent laws illuminated a corner of the world. LV Qingfeng flew out. He was in an abnormally sorry state. His body was in tatters and covered in blood. However, at this moment, he was rapidly recovering. There were 16 dark cyan pillars around him. Great Tao was carved on it, and it was exceptionally terrifying. The 16 wind demon pillars joined together to form an absolute defense. Thinking about it, the Nine Suns' divine fist was blocked by this thing before. He had even used the wind demon clan? On the war chariot, the people of the paradise were shocked beyond words. Had LV Qingfeng been forced to this point? They found it hard to imagine. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the wind demon pillar. Then, he shook his head slightly. You really don't have a good memory. Although you managed to escape with your life just now, you're already at death's door. Do you think you can still pose a threat to me? Now you still dare to say such harsh words. Aren't you afraid that I'll really kill you? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Ha ha. LV Qingfeng sneered at first, then he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. In the next moment, the power in his body erupted once again. He was even more powerful than before. This scene shocked countless people. What's going on? Did he break through? The elders of Wushuang City were stunned. Ling Huchuixue and the others were also frowning. Could it be that at the moment of death, he had broken and then stood up again? Damn, what a tough nut to crack. The Crimson Dragon and the others were also gritting their teeth. The people of the three sacred cities were also in an uproar. The peerless sacred king snorted coldly. Breaking and then standing up again? They thought too highly of him. He had only swallowed some pills. He had only used some secret techniques. It was not elegant. So it was because he had swallowed some pills. The people of Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. However, Murong Qingqing was still nervous. Although it was not a breakthrough in cultivation, his strength had obviously increased. She whispered to herself. Brother Xian should be fine, right? She guessed that Lin Xian should be holding back. After all, he had only used his divine body so far. With Lin Xian's means, he still had many trump cards that he had not used. Therefore, Murong Qingqing was not particularly worried. LV Qingfeng did not know. He thought that this was Lin Xian's limit. Therefore, he said, Kid, you can go to hell now. Demonic wind steel. LV Qingfeng's palms kept forming seals. His devilish smile was still stained with blood. As his bloodline was activated, the 16 demonic wind pillars kept moving. Then, they turned into 16 demonic wind steels and pressed down on Lin Xian. It was as if they wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian. Sensing the power in the sky, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. His opponent's strength had become stronger than before. It seemed that he had used some tricks. What a troublesome guy. He snorted coldly and used his fists and legs again. He relied on the power of his divine body to resist. Heaven and earth exploded. The 6 demonic wind steels kept shaking. However, it did not stop them from coming over. They were still charging towards Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian used the divine body of 9 yang and sent out 36 golden crows. They rushed between heaven and earth to resist the 16 demonic wind pillars. Boom! 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 Those golden crows were each bigger than a mountain. His wings spread out, bringing with them boundless power. The demonic wind pillars were blocked. That's great. The Crimson Dragon and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The people of the 3 holy cities were shocked. LV Qifeng was the same. Damn it, you still have the possibility of increasing your strength. Could it be that you are not using your full strength? Haha, I will finish you off directly this time. He was furious. After fighting for so long, he still could not take down his opponent. Instead, he was in a very sorry state. He wanted to kill him. Go to hell! Demonic Wind Quartet. LV Qingfeng roared crazily. The bloodline in his body kept surging. Some of it even cracked. His hands were a blur. However, one imprint after another was pressed into the void. The 16 demonic wind pillars kept shaking. They were connected together and made cracking sounds. Those cracking sounds were very regular. It was like the sound of the ancient heavens. Not good, retreat! Countless holy venerables screamed. It was obviously a killing move. With the power of the 16 demonic wind pillars and the mysterious rhythm, it was enough to destroy everything. No way, he actually used such a thing. The expressions of the three people on the war chariot changed drastically. That was a forbidden bloodline. Once it was used, the power of the bloodline would not be able to be used again for 10 years. Moreover, LV Qingfeng would be seriously injured. He was going all out. However, they soon smiled. This way, the other party would definitely die. It could be considered as revenge. Boom! Boom! The sound of the 16 demonic wind steels shattering one after another formed a demonic sound that directly enveloped Lin Xian. That place was completely reduced to nothingness. Chapter 41-49. It can't be. Is that kid alright? The Crimson Dragon and the others were extremely nervous. Fu Hongye and the other elders from Wushuang City also had their hearts in their mouths. The 3 saint cities were cheering. Among them, Desolate Heaven's Saint King walked out and said, "Alright, this battle is over. Let's see who wins. Next, it's time for us to choose the treasure." Damn it. The people of Wushuang City had an ugly expression. Did they lose? Moreover, Lin Xian's life might be in danger. Wushuang's Saint King laughed. Aren't you being too impatient? Who told you that the battle is over? What? Could it be that you think that brat can still make a comeback? Soaring Heaven's Saint King shook his head. Can't you stop dreaming? Can't you see for yourselves whether you're dreaming or not? Wushuang's Saint King harumphed coldly. Have you guys lost your sense of observation? Hearing this, the 3 Saint Kings' faces turned gloomy. Could it be that there's really a possibility of a comeback? To be honest, they did not check it out because they thought that a minor saint would not be able to withstand such a destructive attack. But now, no matter what Wushuang's Saint King said, they all looked at him. Their eyes were filled with awe, as if they could see through everything. The 3 sage rulers did not believe it at first. However, they were stunned when they saw it. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. What's going on? The surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that the kid is still alive? Impossible. The 3 of them shook their heads frantically. How could he not die after being hit by the fourfold tune of the Wind Devil? His soul would definitely scatter. Whoosh! The energy between heaven and earth slowly dissipated, and the storm gradually calmed down. Everyone stretched their necks and looked carefully. They saw a black and white light floating in the broken void. The smile on Lu Qingfeng's face froze again. His eyes widened. How could it be? There's still something here? What's that? With a wave of his hand, he tore the void apart. The storm that filled the sky also disappeared. Everyone finally saw that it was a yin-yang diagram that kept spinning. There's a person inside. Is that Linwoody? Everyone screamed. They found that it was true. Lin Xian's Tai Chi diagram had blocked the destructive attack. He's fine, he's really fine. Countless people screamed. The faces of the 3 Saint Kings turned completely ugly. Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. This was impossible. He had expended a great deal of his bloodline, so much so that he would not be able to use it again for the next 10 years. Logically speaking, none of the little saints had survived. He was even confident that he could use this move to fight against holy sovereigns. The other party was just a mid-minor saint. He would definitely die. But now, the other party had survived and was only slightly injured. This was completely different from what he had imagined. What was that? A yin-yang diagram? I felt the power of yin and yang. Several holy venerates felt incredibly shocked. Even the three great saint kings' faces were gloomy and cold. The power of yin and yang was the source of power between heaven and earth. Very few people could directly control the source of power. But this kid in front of him seemed to have done it. Could it be that he had a special cultivation method? Damn it, they had only heard of this kind of power. According to the legends, the yin-yang sect was able to do it. But they hadn't seen it yet. Now Yi Futian was actually able to use it, which made them jealous. His killing intent became even more intense. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. To be honest, the demon sealing quartet was indeed very terrifying. It could destroy everything. This was the power of a forbidden art. But fortunately, he had the Tai Chi art. At the critical moment, the power of yin and yang merged to form a Tai Chi, which directly blocked the attack. This is already your strongest ability, right? But it still can't kill me. So, this battle is over. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The others were also in despair. They could see that LV Qingfeng basically did not have much power left after using the demon sealing quartet. How could they continue to fight? Then, would they let Wushuang City win this battle again? Damn it, they could not accept it. LV Qingfeng gritted his teeth. He took out a pill with difficulty and swallowed it. The next moment, he said coldly, "Kid, I don't have much power left, but it doesn't mean that I can't kill you. To be able to defeat me to this extent, you can die with pride." A trace of madness appeared in his eyes, and a small black sword flew out. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth. What was that thing? What a terrifying aura! Did he still have a trump card? The people of St. Qing screamed. The people of Wushuang City also changed their expressions. It must be a sun-level Saint Qi. He actually carried such a thing with him. This was troublesome. It was that thing. Murong Qingqing and the others also changed their expressions. When he used the apocalyptic storm, they blocked it. The other party also blocked it. Back then, the other party used that small black sword to block it. Now, it seemed that the other party was finally going to use his ultimate killing weapon. This sword was called the Black Sky Sword. LV Qingfeng's voice rang out. This was made with the rare black demon gold in the starry sky as the main material. Moreover, after 3,000 years of tempering, it was only forged at night and rested during the day. It was never used. After 3,000 years of darkness, the Black Sky Sword was finally forged successfully. Its power is definitely not something you can imagine. Kid, what do you have to fight me? LV Qingfeng smiled. This was his final trump card, which could kill the other party. He originally did not want to use this thing because such a precious saint artifact was not something he could own. This time, the Grotto Heaven gave it to him as a life-saving measure. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. But now, this was his last chance. He was going to use the Black Sky Sword to kill the other party. Buzz! After swallowing a large number of pills, LV Qingfeng's body regained its strength. He reached out and grabbed the small black sword. The sword trembled, and a terrifying force burst out. The surroundings instantly turned dark. It was different from the darkness caused by Ling Huchuishua before. It robbed one's vision. Now it was real. The sky was dyed black. Boom! Crack! The black sky rumbled, and there seemed to be terrifying sword shadows circling there. Black Sky Slash! LV Qingfeng roared and activated the Black Sky Sword with all his strength. The black sky suddenly rotated and turned into a giant black sword, slashing down from the sky. Boom! The world shattered again. This attack was even more terrifying than the 4 revolutions of Wind Demon. Lin Xian unleashed countless golden crows, which spun between heaven and earth to contend with the attack. At the same time, the Tai Chi diagram kept erupting, unleashing yin and yang sword chi that rampaged between heaven and earth. It collided with the black sword shadows. It's useless. The black sky sword is not something you can resist. The black sky sword fell, destroying everything. The golden crows were torn apart, and the sword chi was also bounced away. And don't try to resist. This is a supreme power. LV Chi Feng was disdainful. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.